Tere tulemast Tallinnasse ja tere hommikust kõigile. Kalandusfoorum sedakorda 5. korda tervitab teid ja on hea meel, et siin saalis on täitsa toredasti ka inimesi kohale jõudnud ja ehk tuleb veel. Kõigepealt siis sellest, et meid ootab ees täna 6 ettekannet, erinevad vaatenurgad kalalaevandusele ja päeva lõpus ka orienteeruvalt kella 5 on meil paneeldiskussioon ja seal me plaanime rääkida praeguse seisuga inglise keeles, aga teil kõigil, kes te tahate meid kuulata eesti keeles, teil on võimalus kuulata ka tõlget. Mul on hea meel öelda, et Maaeluministeerium ja Tartu Ülikooli Eesti Mereinstituudi kalandusteabekeskus tervitavad teid. Meil on väga hea meel, et te olete siin ja loodetavasti on ka meil kenasti kuulajaid üle võrgu. Nii et vaatame üle, milline on see meie tänane töökeskkond, kus me ühiselt omavahel saame suhelda ja vajadusel ka tõlkes kuulata. Ehk siis, kui te lähete lehele või olete juba internetilehel worksup.com ja olete meid üles leidnud, siis seal on näha, et päise juures on olemas 3 sellist, linki. Ühe peale on kirjutatud Watch live without translation, ehk siis te kuulate meid sellisena, nagu me siin oleme. Ja järgmine võimalus on siis kuulata meid inglise keeles, vaata Watch live with English translation ja vaata ülekannet eestikeelse tõlkega. Nii et igaüks saab leida endale sobiva viisi. Teine ja väga oluline asi on vaadata loomulikult ja jälgida päevakava, mis parasjagu toimub ja mis on veel meid ees ootamas. Leiate üles ka ilmselt siin päeva keskpaigas lõunapausi. See on meil praegu pandud selline parajalt pikk, et igaüks saab vajadusel ennast kosutada. Ja hästi oluline võimalus meil täna omavahel suhtlemiseks on siis iga esineja juures te leiate sellise nupukese, kus on Q&A või siis küsi. Kui te klikkate sinna peale, siis kirjutage oma kommentaar või küsimus ja vajutage share nuppu. Loomulikult on võimalus teil endal või siis ka meie jälgijatel sinna panna pöial ja see küsimus või kommentaar nihkub selle võrra natukene võib-olla sinna ülespoole, on natukene eelistatum, aga me proovime loomulikult kuulata ära kõikide teie kommentaarid ja küsimused ja need siis üheskoos ka kuuldavale tuua. Nii, aga päevaprogramm tundub, et on selline lihtne, ma loodan, et hästi ja lihtsasti jälgitav. Ja kui teil nüüd on siin kohapeal ka mingisuguseid küsimusi seoses, et ei kuule praegu hästi seda tõlget, siis küsige kindlasti siin, me korraldajatena proovime seda lahendada ja teid aidata, et te saaksite meid kenasti kuulata. Teine oluline asi inimestele, kes te siin kohapeal olete, kui teil juhuslikult on telefonid sisse lülitatud ja häälega veel kõige hullem, siis palun lülitage oma telefonid välja või pange lennurežiimile. Ja kui soovite siit ruumist vahepeal väljuda, et leida tualett, siis ustest välja ja hoiate siis sellist paremat külge esimeste lifti mineku juures on ka viidad tualetile. Me saame alustada Balti kalandusfoorumiga 5. korraga ja ma palun siia teid esmalt tervitama Maaeluministeeriumist kantsleri Siim Tiidemanni. Palun!
Tere hommikust kõigile. Ma loodan, et mind on kosta ka mikrofonis. Tundub, et on. Pean siin Sandrit veidi parandama, et ma siiski ei ole Maaeluministeeriumi kantsler, vaid asekantsler. Tegelen siis kalanduspoliitika, välissuhete ja teadusarendusega. Ja tegelikult siin täna oleks pidanud minu asemel olema siis maaeluminister seda foorumit avamas, aga nagu me teame, me oleme Eestis olukorras, kus valimised on toimunud, uus koalitsioon on juba kokku lepitud, kuid uus valitsus ei ole veel ametisse astunud, nii et ühelt poolt toon ma siin tervitusi meie praeguselt ministrilt kui ka meie tulevaselt ministrilt ja võtan siis selle au ja vastutuse neid siin ka esindada. Aga sooviksin kõigile öeldagi tere tulemast Läänemere kalandusfoorumile, mis toimub siis juba 5. korda, nagu siin mainitud sai, et tegemist on sellise ühe meie valdkonna, kalandusvaldkonna esindusüritusega, rahvusvahelise konverentsiga, kus läbi aastate on tegelikult tõstatatud mitmeid erinevaid olulisi küsimusi, on arutatud nii laiemate kui kitsamate teemade üle ja sel korral minu meelest oleme me tabanud üsna hästi seda ajastu tunnetus selle küsimusega, mis on siia foorumi ette püstitatud. Ehk peamine teema, mida täna käsitletakse, puudutab siis laevastiku haldamist või laevastiku reguleerimist moodsas püügikorralduses. Et Eesti puhul on siin selgelt tegemist ühe väga sellise konkreetse küsimusega tegelikult, ja see puudutab ka teisi Läänemere äärseid riike, et on terve rida riike, kus kala väljapüük on seotud individuaalsete püügimahtudega, püügikvootidega, mis jaotatakse siis kogustena konkreetsetele ettevõtetele või kaluritele ja seetõttu nad seda piiri kuidagipidi ületada ei saa. Ja nüüd sellele lisaks on meil ees laevastikulaed, seda nii laevastiku kogu mahutavuse osas kui ka laevastiku võimsuse osas, mis siis puudutab kilovatte ja nii Eesti kui mitmed teised riigid on leidnud, et selline püügikorraldus pigem takistab, kui soodustab kalalaevastiku uuendamist, keskkonnasõbralikumaks muutmist, mis kahtlemata Euroopa Liidus ka sellist ühist eesmärki kannavad. Ja nende teemade ümber siin täna me keerleme, vaatame seda asja nii majanduslikust, keskkondlikust, sotsiaalsest vaatepunktist ja ka veidi ajaloolisest vaatepunktist, et ise tean öelda seda, et ühises kalanduspoliitikas tegelikult 10 aasta eest tuli Euroopa Komisjon ka välja mõttega, et sellised piirangud võiks kaotada üleminekul individuaalkvootidele, aga kuna Euroopa Liidu püügisüsteemid on tegelikult väga erinevad ja me teame seda, et osades riikides on see kala väljapüük reguleeritud siis püügipäevade arvuga, kus kalalaevastiku võimsus ja maht määratleb ka oluliselt seda väljapüügi mahtu lõpuks ja seda võimekust, siis nendes riikides võib-olla tõesti need kalalaevastiku laed on ka teataval määral siis õigustatud, aga selliste riikide nagu Eesti puhul, kus nad tegelikult mingisugust muud funktsiooni ei oma kui võib-olla kontrollimist, et meie laevastik oleks selle laias laastus väljapüügi mahtudega tasakaalus, mida ta ka viimastel aastatel olnud on, siis tegelikult me näeme seda, et investeeringud on olnud päris suuresti takistatud, seda eriti traalpüügis ja kaugpüügis, kus iga kord, kui soovitakse välja viia kus soovitakse ehitada uut laeva, tuleb vana laev ja tihtipeale 2 laeva välja viia, kuna uued laevad kipuvad olema ühelt poolt suurema võimsusega, teatud optimaalsused määratlevad selle ära ja teiselt poolt ka tihtipeale suurema mahutavusega. Sellesama mahutavuse kontekstis on tegelikult ka Euroopa Komisjon nüüd äsja välja tulnud oma 2 teatisega, mis päris olulisel määral ka meie tänast debatti raamivad. Esiteks on meil teatis ühise kalanduspoliitika kohta ja teiseks siis ka kalandusvaldkonna energia ülemineku kohta, kuidas siis keskkonnasõbralikumal moel kalalaevad tulevikus toimida võiksid. Ka seal on komisjon tunnistanud seda, et alternatiivenergiad esiteks on üsnagi lapsekingades, ka sellest me tõenäoliselt täna kuuleme, et kalalaevastikus ei ole väga palju selliseid võimalusi minna üle siis diiselkütuselt juba homme mingisugustele keskkonnasõbralikematele alternatiividele. Teatud eksperimentaalsusi on küll püütud teostada, aga need ei ole veel skaleeritud sellisele tasemele, et et neid massiliselt kasutusele võtta. Need üleminekud kipuvad olema kulukad ja tihtipeale olemasolevate kalalaevade ümberkohandamine sellise olemasolevate mahtude piires ei ole ka võimalik. Seega ehitada tuleb uusi laevu ja mõelda siis pikalt ette, kuna enamik meie kalalaevastik on siiski juba küllaltki vana ja kui ehitada uus laev, siis on mõtet seda ehitada 25-30 aastaks, mitte 5 aastaks, kui reeglid või tingimused muutuma peaksid ja seetõttu tuleb hoolikalt seada ka need piirid paika. Nii et meie enda vaade komisjoni teatistele on olnud see, et me leiame, et ühist kalanduspoliitikat tuleks siiski teatud määral reformida. Eelkõige puudutabki see neid laevastikulagesid. Meie vaates me leiame, et selle jaoks tuleks ka vastavad alusmäärused avada ja ka energia ülemineku poole pealt peaksime püüdlema sinnapoole, et saavutada suuremat efektiivsust kalapüügis. Et need 2 seisukohta on võib-olla meie sellised fundamentaalsed nurgakivid. Me valitsuse positsiooni praegusel hetkel oleme siis kalalaevastiku osas koostamas ja Euroopa Komisjoni töögruppides, Euroopa Liidu töögruppides ja samuti ka ministrite nõukogus on meil tegelikult kalanduse üle debatid tulemas ja planeeritud on juunis ka nõukogu järelduste vastuvõtmine ja kindlasti me neid samu seisukohti, mida ma siin praegu esitame ka ministrite nõukogus, et meie vaates selline reform on vajalik ja ma tean, et seal on meil mõningaid toetajaid ka teiste Euroopa Liidu riikide seas, et see sama energiaüleminek, suurem keskkonnasõbralikkus ja laevastiku uuendamine käiksid käsikäes, et selleks oleksid piisavad võimalused. Ja me teame seda, et me oleme aegade jooksul põrkunud kokku mitmete erinevate probleemidega, mis ei ole võimaldanud tegelikult seda kalalaevastiku uuendamist efektiivselt teha ka mitte Euroopa Liidust tulevate laenurahadega, nagu on samuti olnud meie soov mingitel aegadel kasutada siis laevastiku uuendamiseks finantsinstrumente. Need võimalused uuendamiseks on praegusel hetkel piiravad, üsna diskrimineerivad ja ei soodusta kuidagi pidi ka uuemate tehnoloogiate kasutusele võttu. Nii et ma soovin veel kord kõigile edu selles debatis. Loodan, et selle konverentsi järeldused jõuavad ka komisjonis otsustavate ametnikeni. Me jagame neid kindlasti ka teiste liikmesriikidega ja et siinsetes debattidest tõuseb siis laiemat tulu meie kalanduspoliitika tuleviku kujundamisel. Suur tänu kõigile ja huvitavaid arutelusid. Aitäh!
Siim, oota veel üks moment. Nii, suurepärane, aitäh.
Aitäh!
Ja järgmisena tervitussõnadeks palun ma siia Tartu Ülikooli Eesti Mereinstituudi kalanduse teabekeskuse juhataja Toomas Armulik. Palun.
Tere! Suur tänu! Ausalt öeldes peale Siimu väga sisukat sissejuhatust. Polegi mul siin suurt enam midagi teha, aga ma kuritarvitan seda positsiooni, kui mind siia juba nii soliidse auditooriumi ette lubati, et ma nägin, siin on väga paljude ministeeriumite ja kõrgkoolide esindajad ja praktiliselt kõigi meie kalanduskatusorganisatsioonide esindajad, et ma teabekeskuse poolt ja kogu teabekeskuse meeskonna poolt tahaks teid siiralt tänada nende üle 10 aasta eduka koostöö eest, mida me oleme siin koos läbi viinud, et me oleme nüüd perioodi lõpus ja tulevik ei ole praegu veel päris kindel. Loodame, et jätkub. Loodame, et jätkub kõigile meeldivas koostöövormis, aga veel kord siirad tänud nende vist juba 12 aasta eest, mis me oleme koos seda kalandusasja ajanud. Ja kui me oleme täna siin 5. Läänemere kalandusfoorumil, siis tegelikult see esimene foorum aastal 2017 sai ju ka puhtalt alguse koostööst Eesti Kalaliiduga, et tekkis vajadus arutada naabritega probleeme ja nii-öelda oma häält natukene kuuldavaks teha. Tänase foorumi kohta Siim on ju kõik juba ära öelnud ennem. Ma lihtsalt kordan ka, et meie traalisektor ja kaugpüüdjad on hakkama saanud, saavad kindlasti hakkama, aga kui arvestada, et nüüd viimase 3 aasta nii-öelda kergelt öelda ebameeldivaid suundumusi maailmas, pandeemiad, Ukraina sõjad, sellega kaasnevad majanduslangused, et peaks vaatama, et regulatsioonid neile kõigile ebameeldivustele lisaks ei saaks takistuseks meie sektori arengul. Nii et ma soovin teile kõigile väga sisukat, huvitavat, võib-olla isegi uute seisukohtadega foorumipäeva ja samuti soovin, et need tänased tulemused siis jõuaksid kellegini, kes neid võib-olla ka arvestab tulevikus. Suur aitäh teile ja ilusat foorumit!
Suur tänu! Ja saamegi alustada. Mina olen teie päevajuht Sander Loite ja ma väga julgustan teid julgelt täna siis küsima siin samas saalis ja ka kirja panema siis küsimusi workshopis, kui teile sobib niimoodi paremini ja te meid kuulate võrgu vahendusel. Aga ma palun teie ette meie esimese kõneleja ja tema on Ain Soome, kalamajandusosakonna juhataja Maaeluministeeriumist ja kuulame siis, kuidas sõltub kalalaevastiku majanduslik elujõulisus reeglitest. Palun!
Head kolleegid, nii Euroopa Komisjonist, erinevatest Läänemere äärsetest liikmesriikidest, kes te olete siia saali kogunenud või kuulate meid siis interneti vahendusel, head foorumi külastajad. Tere tulemast 5. Läänemere kalandusfoorumile. Hea meel on teid siin nii palju näha, et on tulnud ka väga palju osalejad kohale. See päeva teema on tõesti aktuaalne meie jaoks, nii nagu Siim sissejuhatavas kõnes ka juba rääkis, et meil vaataksime ka minu poolt siis ettekandes kõigepealt, miks me oleme üldse Euroopa Liidu kalanduspoliitika kujundamisel sellisesse olukorda jõudnud, et meil on vaja tegeleda ühelt poolt kvootide jälgimisega, selle väljapüükide kontrollimisega ja teiselt poolt on meil vaja tegeleda kalalaevastiku püügivõimsuse ka selle reguleerimisega ja uusi reegleid kehtestada, et saavutada kalalaevastiku tasakaalu püügivõimalustega. Ja oma ettekandes siis proovin ka natuke näidata Eesti kogemust, kui me viisime sisse siseriiklikult just sellise individuaalsete ülekantavate kvootide süsteemi siis ettevõtetele, et kuidas see võib-olla meie vaates on tegelikult meie kalalaevastiku suurust mõjutanud. Aga jah, et saada natukene aimu, miks me oleme siia jõudnud, ma võtsin käsile ja hakkasin analüüsima ka ühise kalanduspoliitika arengut natukene. Ühise kalanduspoliitikale siis eraldiseisva õigusaktiga pandi alus 1983. aastal, millega loodi siis tegelikult juba süsteem kalavarude kaitseks ja majandamiseks. Aga et selleni jõuda, see ei tähenda seda, et midagi enne seda ühises kalanduspoliitikas või kalanduspoliitikas ei toimunud. Enne seda oli olemas ühine turukorraldus, millele ma väga täna ei peatu. Loomulikult siis oli ühine välissuhtlus nende riikidega, kes Euroopa Liitu ei kuulu ja oli ka siis struktuuripoliitika enne seda, mis siis tegelikult kujunes välja ka ühisest põllumajanduspoliitikast sel ajal ja kus siis oli juhtivaks selleks teemaks just see, et me peame suurendama tootmisvõimsusi, et võimalikult palju varustada elanikkonda toiduga ja tegelikult sealt sai alguse siis ka juba 70. aastatel see, et toetati kalalaevastike ehitamist, moderniseerimist ja sellel hetkel, kui jõuti siis varude reguleerimise küsimuste juurde, oli kirjanduse andmetel Euroopa Liidu kalalaevastik suurenenud circa 60% ja seda suuresti ka sellel toel, et maksti tegelikult toetusi selleks, et laevastikku ehitada, uusi laevu ehitada. Aga samas jõuti arusaamisel nüüd, et ka kalavarud ei ole piiramatud, ehk ei piisa ainult enam sellest, et me keskendume võib-olla kala-alamõõtude piiramisele, keeluaegade kehtestamisele, vaid tuleb hakata tegelema ka tegeliku väljapüügiga. Ja see 83. aasta reform tegelikult või ütleme siis alus ühisele kalanduspoliitikale siis tegelikult pandigi paika, et peamiseks varude majandamise aluseks on ikkagi kokku leppida kogu lubatud väljapüügimahud. Lepiti kokku ka tegelikult siis iga liikmesriigi osak, palju ta siis sellest kokku lepitud väljapüügimahust saab ja muidugi ka vetele juurdepääsu režiim. Me täna ka teame seda, et liikmesriikidele ka tänases poliitikas kuulub kuni 12 meremiili territoriaalmerest, kus teiste riikide laevad siseneda ei saa, aga majandusvööndid on kõigile, kellel vastavas piirkonnas kvooti on, kasutatavad. Ehk siis selle uue 83. aastal loodud määruse eesmärk oligi kasutada looduslikke ressursse siis niimoodi, et tegelikult ka majanduslikud ja sotsiaalsed tingimused oleksid loomulikult kestlikud. Ja püügivõimsusega tuli hakata paraku tegelema, sellepärast, et need paisunud laevastikud olid siis tekitanud selle olukorra, et kui me paneme paika juba mingi kvoodipiirangu, paneme ette, kui palju tohib välja püüda, siis selle suure laevastiku kasumlikkus kindlasti on juba küsimärgi all, et kulutusi laevade ülalpidamisele sellega paratamatult kaasneb, samas püüda enam nii palju ei saa kui varasemalt. Mis oli ka tegelikult ilmselt põhjus, miks tegelikult neid lubatud väljapüügimahte kehtestati jätkuvalt ja päris pikka aega kõrgemal sellest tasemest, kui tegelikult kalavarud oleks seda säästliku kasutamise põhimõtte järgi võimaldanud. Raske oleks olnud poliitilisel tasemel ilmselt võtta vastu otsust, et me kohe jõuame kvootidega sinna ja see elatustase, mis siis tulenevalt sellest püügivõimsusest, mis oli kujunenud, ilmselt see oleks olnud väga negatiivsed tagajärjed. Aga vaatamata sellele jätkus ka, kui juba lepiti kokku kvoodid, saadi aru, et laevastikku on ülemäärasest paisunud, jätkati ka peale 83. aastat uute laevade ehitamise toetamist ja ka tegelikult moderniseerimise toetamist. Et selle perioodi lõpuks siis sisuliselt, kui tegelikult liikmesriigid ise seadsid samamoodi eesmärke, et laevastikku vähendada, siis selle perioodi lõpuks oli see vähenemine toimunud kuskil 2% kilovattides ja 3% siis täismahutavuses, millega siis seda püügivõimsust mõõdetakse. Ehk ilmselgelt tõdeti, et eesmärke ei ole saavutatud, jätkuvalt peeti vajalikuks ikkagi seda püügivõimsust reguleerida, olemata sellest, et juba oli ka kvoodid, mille piires siis liikmesriigid said toimetada. Ja sellega 93. aastal jõustunud reformiga siis seatigi veelgi ambitsioonikumad eesmärgid eelkõige püügivõimsuse tasakaalustamisele ja kalalaevastiku vähendamisele. Ja seda sotsiaalset mõju sooviti siis struktuurabi meetmetega leevendada, ehk see tähendas just seda, et maksti ka toetusi selleks, et siis kui laevade arvu vähendatakse, et siis saab nii selle laeva lõikamise eest ettevõtte toetuse kui ka siis need, kes sellel laeval töö kaotavad, et saavad toetust. Samas jätkuvalt paralleelselt uute laevade ehitamise ja moderniseerimise toetamine. Et ühelt poolt toetati, et saavutada tasakaalu laevastiku ja püügivõimaluste vahel, teiselt poolt toetati edasi, et uusi laevu ehitada. Ja väga keeruline on luua seda seost selle vahel, et palju siis see üks püügivõimsuse ühik mingisuguse väljapüüki mahu panustab, seda enam, et tegelikult püügivõimekus arvestades tehnoloogia arengut pidevalt paranes. Ehk see võimekus kala leida ja seda kätte saada tegelikult ajas paranes. Et ka siit tuleb tõdeda, et edusammud siis selle järgmise reformini ei olnud väga suured, kui seati eesmärgiks, et põhjaliikide puhul võiks see püügivõimsus siis väheneda 20%, pelaagiliste liikide puhul 15%, siis tegelik saavutus oli 15% põhjaliikide puhul ja circa 10% siis pelaagiliste liikide puhul. Et nüüd 2003. aastal jõustunud reform, ma arvan, miks ma panin siia ka majaka pildi, et see on nüüd üks olulisi suunanäitajaid, millega siis tegelikult hakati ka kokku leppima mitmeaastaseid taastamise ja majanduskavu, mis näevad siis ette tegelikult need reeglid, kuidas siis lepitakse Euroopa Liidu tasemel kokku kvoote ehk kontrollida siis seda kalastussuremust, arvestades varu olukordu, et ei toimuks pidev niisugune vaidlus selle üle, et kui palju keegi nüüd kvooti saab, et lõpeks ära see mitte teadussoovitusega vastavuses olevate kokkulepete tegemine. Et see kindlasti on üks positiivne samm, mis on, nagu ka pärast näitan, on tegelikult siis nüüd ütleme seda kalavarude olukorda stabiliseerimisele kaasa aidanud. Aga lisaks sellele siis jah, et loobuti või tähendab kehtestati ka selle reformiga siis laevastiku laed selliselt, et need, mis olid eesmärgid kunagi liikmesriikidel seatud, need seati piirmääraks ja loobuti uute laevade ehitamise toetamisest, sai jätkuvalt toetada mootorite moderniseerimist, kui peamassina võimsus ei suurene ja siis ka laevastiku lõikamist loomulikult. Ja kui laev siis nii-öelda lammutati või vahetas ta tegevusala, siis selle võrra liikmesriigi nii-öelda see laevastiku lagi läks allapoole. Lisaks muidugi on oluline märkida, et kogu selle vahepealse aja jooksul ka kontrollimeetmeid on tõhustatud, ehk 90. aastate alguse reformiga tegelikult viidi sisse ka lisaks sellele, et kontrolliti siis läbi kalalaevaregistri, millised kalalaevad üldse merel võivad kala püüda, et neil on selline kalalaevatunnistus, et siis hoia kontrolli all ühelt poolt ka siis seda, et on teada, palju seda püügivõimsust kasutuses on, ja teiselt poolt ka satelliitjälgimise süsteem pandi alus sellele, et laevad varustatakse sellega. Et jah, et selle 2003. aasta reformi kasutati ka kalanduse kontrolliagentuur, mis siis nüüd koordineerib liikmesriikide vahelist nii-öelda kontrollitegevusi, seab sarnaseid standardeid ja tehakse ka ühisi inspekteerimisi, et see kontrolli tase oleks ka ühtlasem. Nii, ja siis jõuame lõpuks selle viimase reformini, mis siis täna on jõustunud, et see on nüüd ka see reform, millest mina nüüd nagu natukene kogemuse põhjal tean, et varasemad kogemused või teadmine nüüd tugineb kirjandusele, siis selle reformi juures juba Eesti oli ka Euroopa Liidu liikmesriik ja sai siis ka läbirääkimistes osaleda ja tõepoolest siis see põhiline eesmärk, et tagada nüüd kalavarude või kalamajanduse pikaajaline keskkonna, majanduslik, sotsiaalne kestlikkus, et ikkagi lähtub sellest, et kalavarud on heas seisus ja et kalavarude kasutamisel peaks lähtuma maksimaalse jätkusuutliku saagikuse tasemest, mis siis tagaks ka loodusliku taastootmise piisaval määral. Ja eesmärk oli ikkagi saavutada siis ka kõikide varude puhul see 2021. või 2022. aasta lõpuks. Me teame, et kõikide varude puhul see nii jätkuvalt ei ole läinud, aga lisaks sellele siis ka ökosüsteemi põhist lähenemist tugevdati, et tehti mitme liigi kavad. Näiteks Läänemerel on meil kiluräime tursa ühine majandamiskava. Ma ei tahaks öelda, et tursavarude kokkukukkumine on nüüd selle kava tagajärg, et pigem ökosüsteemi lähenemise kontekstis võiks öelda seda, et selle uue kavaga arvestati küll võib-olla kalade omavahelisi suhteid, aga kui me täna vaatleme Rahvusvahelise Mereuurimisnõukogu viimaseid raporteid, siis me näeme, et tegelikult on ka hallüleste suur arvukus olnud ja sealt levivad parasiid olnud põhjuseks, miks tegelikult tursavaru olukord täna on Läänemeres selline, nagu on ja millal see võiks taastuda ja millised meetmed seal aitavad hetkel ei olegi teada. aga ka üks suurem asju oli tagasiheitekkeelu sisseviimine, see tähendab seda, et kui meil on mingid kvoodid kokku lepitud, et siis me ei püüa ikkagi rohkem kala välja, vaid kõik, mis sellistesse püügivahenditesse nagu näiteks traal satub ja niikuinii hukkub, et see tuuakse maale ja arvustatakse kvoodist maha. Ja ega selle ühise kalanduspoliitika nagu alus püügivõimsuse kohandamise eesmärgil on olnud, et laevad oleksid majanduslikult jätkusuutlikud. Nii, nüüd ma illustreerin siis natukene, kuidas siis on kilu ja räime ja kvoodid olnud siis vastavuses teadussoovitustega aastast 2000 kuni 2022, siis 2022 kilu ja räime kvoodid ma võtsin just sellepärast, et need on need peamised liigid, milles siis meie Läänemere avaosa püügisektor sõltub. Nendel aastatel on püütud ka vähesel määral turska, aga tõesti ka tursapüük juba Eesti laevastik lõpetas 2015. aastal ja nüüd hilisematel aastatel on üldse tursa sihtpüügi keeld. Aga nagu me näeme, siis seesama trend, et algusaastatel tegelikult ei järgitud teadussoovitusi, kehtestati need lubatud kogupüügimahud oluliselt kõrgemad, et ka see graafik selgelt seda illustreerib. Ja aasta 2004 siis hakkame jõudma sinna lähedale, et siin on nüüd kõik, siin on kokku võetud kilu, Läänemere avaosa räim, mida Eesti kasutab ja Liivi-Lahe räim. Ja nagu me eelnevalt nägime, ka see majandamiskavade teema tegelikult tuli sisse siis ju 2003 aasta jõustunud reformiga, kus hakati tõesti panema paika siis reegleid, mitte et nõukogus ei vaielda selle üle, palju üks või teine liikmesriigi kvooti saab, vaid olid juba kokku lepitud need kriteeriumid, mille järgi kvoote kokku lepitakse. Ja pärast seda on tegelikult see nii kvoot kui ka tegelikult, kui me vaatame teadussoovitust, suhteliselt stabiilne. Ja siin on nüüd siis Eesti Läänemere avaosa kalalaevastiku areng, ehk siis see püügivõimsus ja laevade arv, kuidas see on siis selles ajas muutunud. Et seda graafikut nüüd lahti selgitada natukene, siis Eesti viis individuaalsete ülekantavate kvootide süsteemi, mida siis jagatakse ettevõtetele sisse 2001 aastal. Ehk sellepärast ma võtsin võrdluse aastaga 2000, ehk selles tasemes siis järgnevatel aastatel, kuidas siis ka laevastik on muutunud. Järgmine selline pidepunkt või post on siis aasta 2004, kui Eesti liitus Euroopa Liiduga ja kui siis muutusid kättesaadavaks ka toetused Eesti kalalaevastikule. Ehk sisuliselt circa 20% siis pärast selle süsteemi sisseviimist laevastik vähenes sellel hetkel iseenesest, aga loomulikult oli teada ju sektorile ka, et sellised Euroopa Liidu toetused tulevad. Eks paljud ettevõtted ootasid ka seda toetust, et mitte tormata siis juba laevu ise välja viima. Ja vahemikus aastal 2005 kuni 2014 siis Eesti kasutas ka toetust laevade siis nii-öelda lammutamiseks või siis tegevusala vahetamiseks, et sealt on siis toimunud ka tegelikult kõige suurem langus ja kui me näeme, et peale 2014. aastat Eesti on järgnevates finantsperioodides loobunud laevade lõikamise toetuse rakendamisest, on natukene see püügivõimsus suurenenud 22. aastaks, selles piires siis, mis registrilaed võimaldavad. See ilmselt illustreerib siis tegelikult ikkagi vajadust nagu suuremate laevade järgi. Ja siin siis on ka välja toodud nüüd see protsent, et võrreldes 2000 aastaga on Eesti Läänemere avaosa laevastik vähenenud arvuliselt 87%, koguvõimsus 71% ja kogumahutus ka 71%, kuid selle toetusmeetmega, siis, mis anti perioodil 2005–2014, on siis vähenemine olnud laevade arvus 31% ja kogumahutavus ja võimsus enam-vähem seal 38–39%. Ehk me saame öelda, et tegelikult paralleelselt see individuaalkvootide süsteem on toiminud sellena, et ettevõtetel on ise olnud huvi mitte omada ülemäärast püügivõimsust millega kaasneb paratamatult kulu ja ise need majandusotsused teinud. Et mulle esimese ettekandjana on hea kohe esitada väga palju küsimusi, sest mul on hea meel, et meil on väga palju häid eksperte täna siia rääkima tulnud, nii Taanist, Islandist kui ka kalurite poolt Rootsist. Nii et see küsimuse püstitus tegelikult ongi, et kas meil on vaja Euroopa kõige kõrgemal tasemel sekkuda nendesse majandusotsustesse, mis ettevõtted teevad, et kui neil on antud ette teatud kogus kala, mida nad võivad püüda, siis võiks olla suhteliselt veendunud selles, et ettevõtted teevad tarku majandusotsuseid, et ka nemad optimeerivad oma kulusi. See probleem, et kui kellelgi on vaja täna ka kas või nende uute arengute suhtes säästlikumat laeva või keskkonnasõbralikum kütust kasutavat laeva, siis need laevastikulaed, nii nagu Siim ütles, tegelikult ju takistavad seda arengut ja kas peab Euroopa tasemel kontrollima seda sellisel juhul, kui palju siis kalalaeva võimsus on. Ehk meie tänane areng on jõudnud sinna, et me räägime läbi uut kontrollimäärust, proovime jälle ühetaoliselt lahendada Euroopa Liidu tasemel erinevate piirkondade, erinevate, ütleme ka kalanduste mõjusi, et kui meil on sisse seatud, et tuleb kontrollida püügivõimsust, siis me täna arutame selle üle, et seda püügivõimsust tuleb ka hakata reaalselt igapäevaselt kontrollima, et kui seda nüüd siia konteksti nagu panna, et kuigi meie arusaama järgi ei ole seal mingit vahet, mitu kilovatti sellel laeval on, kui tal on lubatud püüda näiteks 100 tonni kala, et siis me täna liigume sinna, et me justkui ütleme ettevõtetele kõige kõrgemal tasemel ette, et selleks, et kuna eesmärk on majanduslik jätkusuutlik, kus seal püügivõimsuse puhul, et me ütleme ette, et me kontrollime ka seda, et teie kilovatid ei oleks suuremad kui see, mis teil sinna siis kalalaeva tunnistuse peale on kantud, et te oma 100 tonni majanduslikult mitte jätkusuutlikult siis välja püüaksite. Et ma arvan, et see on nagu koht, mille üle mõelda. Siim ütles, et meie mõte siiski ei ole lihtsalt nagu nõustuda sellega, et ühine kalanduspoliitika võiks jätkuda järgmised 10 aastat samamoodi, et siin ei ole mitte millessegi sisse vaadata. Me oleme rääkinud lihtsustamisest, aga alati, kui me räägime lihtsustamisest, me jõuame sinna, et me tegelikult keerame uusi reegleid peale ja siit nagu praegu kaugelt juba paistab seal uue kontrollimääruse valguses neid uusi reegleid, mis ei pruugi olla vajalikud just selles individuaalkvootide süsteemis, neid tuleb jätkuvalt juurde, sellepärast, et seni ei ole liikmesriigid võib-olla olnud võimelised kõiki neid nõudeid täitma ja paratamatus on see, et kui kontrollikoda siis avastab, et mingid asjad ei tööta, kontrollikoda ei ütle kunagi ette seda, et mida võiks nagu paremaks teha, nad ei analüüsi seda aspekti, nad vaatavad seda, et kas liikmesriigid kokkulepitud reegleid täidavad, kui neid 100% ei ole täidetud, siis sealt tulevad uued soovitused ja siis asutakse kõige kõrgemal tasemel neid soovitusi ellu viima. Ehk mis ma tahtsin öelda, kas ei oleks aeg peatuda, mõelda, millised reeglid, millisteks asjadeks on vajalikud ja samas õppida eelnevalt tehtud vigadest, mis kindlasti puudutab ka laevastike toetamisi, nii et need on need küsimused, millele võib-olla tänase päeva jooksul ekspertide abiga saame rohkem vastuseid. Aitäh!
Suur tänu, Ain. Annan siit üle ühe tänusõna koos veel kotiga. Aitäh teile. Ja me hea meelega kuulame küsimusi nüüd ja vaatame kiiresti üle ka, kas on midagi ilmunud meile interneti teel. Kas on julgeid käsi või natuke aremaid käsi, keda siis on vaja julgustada? Ma võin muidugi ise ka küsida alguseks. Küsingi sellise küsimuse, et kui vaadata kalalaevastike peale Euroopa Liidus, siis kus meie paikneme, et kui mõeldagi luhtselt selle peale, et kellel nagu on need asjad väga hästi ja kus meie Eestina oleme?
No kui sa seda graafikut vaatasid, siis ma arvan, et meil Eestis on hästi asjad, et meil on oluliselt nagu laevastik selles mõttes vähenenud ühel või teisel põhjusel ja kvoodid on suhteliselt täna stabiilsed, et kui ma nüüd viimast nagu kontrollikoja raportit lugesin, siis seal jätkuvalt toodi välja see aspekt, et eelkõige Musta mere ja Vahemere kalavarud on jätkuvalt üle püütud ja ka siis soovitus jätkuvalt tegeleda kalalaevastike vähendamistega, et saavutada ikkagi seda püsivat tasakaalu. Et miks ma kogu aeg räägingi, et võiks asju ka rohkem regionaalselt vaadata.
Just nimelt. Ja seda me kuuleme vist täna ka täpsemalt, et kui vana siis on see Eesti kalalaevastiku keskmine vanus. Ta on vist mitte kõige nooremate killast, jah?
Jah, seal üks pilt oli ka meie põhilisest laevastikust, siis, mis pärineb nõukogu ajast, eks Mart oma ettekandes võib-olla toob täpselt numbrid välja, aga ma arvan, et mingi 40 aasta kanti võib see keskmine vanus kanduda.
Jah, peame tegema noorenduskuuri ilmselt. Aga nii, loodame, et keegi, seal on üks käsi ja me anname ka kindlasti üle mikrofoni, sellepärast et siis saame kuuldavale tuua ka tõlkes. Ja palun!
Tere, Esta Tamme, Liivi lahe kalanduskogu, et see puudutab tegelikult ilmselt kogu kalandussektorit, aga millal on oodata uusi laevu, et me ei peaks soetama enam kellegi vanu?
See, et täna ka sellest uuest komisjoni teatistest selle energia ülemineku kohta ju antakse selgelt mõista, et on vaja liikuda ka kalanduses siis sellest fossiilkütuseid kasutatavatelt laevadelt energiasäästlikumatele ja puhtama energiaga laevadele. Millal seda oodata on? Me täna ei näe laevadel neid lahendusi. Kui need lahendused välja töötatakse, siis loomulikult ma usun, et seda suunda ei väära. Kindlasti me liigume sinna poole, aga jah, ka seda ma natuke proovisin näidata, et me võiksime õppida mineviku kogemustest ja kui me toetustest räägime, siis et ilmselt, et ettevõtted ka ise teeksid majanduslikult kestlikke otsuseid, ilmselt oleks põhjendatud nagu laenust rääkimine, mitte nagu tagastamata abi.
Nii et on mingi, üks käsi tõuseb seal keskel, me anname mikrofoni ja palun.
Valdur Noormägi, Eesti Kalaliit, asi puudutab Liivi lahte. Teatavasti ei tohi Liivi lahte sisse sõita kalalaevad, mille mootori võimsus ületab just 300 kilovatti.
221
kilovatti. Nüüd teadlased on teinud uuringu, et tegelikult ei ole vahet ka siis, kui see laev teeb oma püügiperioodil seal tööd, kas ta võimsus on üle 220 kilovatti. Ja teadlased on öelnud, et sellel ei ole absoluutselt vahet. Aga siiamaani tähendab see ettevõtetele seda, et ta peab hoidma ühte väiksemat laeva, hoidma koos sellega meeskonda ja kandma kõik need kulud ainult selleks, et püüda Liivi lahel. Et millal on kavas, et selles osas mingi muudatus toimub? Aitäh!
Kui Eesti suudaks üksinda Euroopa Liidu määruseid muuta, siis Eesti vaates ilmselt ei oleks enam see küsimus, et selline piirang ära kaotada. Ju nagu me nägime, et väljapüük ei sõltu. Kui sul on väljapüük piiratud, siis ei ole oluline, kui suured sul need laevad on. Aga see on samamoodi tegelikult Eesti liitumise, mitte ainult Eesti, vaid ka meiega koos liitusid teisi riike ja seal liitumisläbirääkimistel määrustesse viidud punkt, mida ma saan aru, oleme üritanud läbi rääkida, aga hetkel ei ole piisavat toetust, siis, et seda kaotada. Nii et paraku mina seda ennustada ei oska, millal seda muuta on võimalik.
Nii et võib-olla saab varsti ka Liivi lahes püüda siis ühe laevaga, millel on võib-olla natuke suurem praegu lubatust. Vaatan siin natuke teadlaste otsa ja et pole vist muid selliseid kitsendusi Liivi lahe puhul, mis seda laeva võimsust võiks reguleerida. Keegi ei vanguta pead ega ka mitte nooguta, järelikult see nii on. Ja on veel küsimusi Ainile, palun. Siinpool ei ole mikski käsi tõusnud, vaatame korraks veel üle igaks juhuks. Kas on keegi meilt küsinud midagi võrgu teel? Ilmselt praegu on niimoodi, et saame kuulata, kui kellelgi tekivad mõtted hiljem ja saame seda arutada siis tänase foorumi käigus. Suurepärane, aitäh veel kord.
Aitäh.
Ja järgmine kõneleja tuleb meie poole otse, võib öelda siis niimoodi, Euroopa Liidust, Brüsselist, ja tema on Antonius Stamoulis, Euroopa Komisjoni merendus- ja kalandusasjade peadirektoraadi poliitikaametnik. Ja me kuulame teda siis ja tema ettekannet võrgu vahendusel. Loomulikult tuletan teile meelde, et küsimused on väga oodatud, siis see nupp Q&A või kui teil on eestikeelne workshopi keskkond praegu ees, siis on ilmselt seal nupu peal midagi sellist küsi. Nii et küsige julgelt ja siis koha peal ka, sest et Antonius on kindlasti väga rõõmus, kui me saame temaga põhjalikumalt pärast tema ettekannet suhelda. Antonius Stamoulis, stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me, giving the European Commission an opportunity to provide a short summary of the fishing fleet policy. My name is Antonius Stamoulis. I work in the Directorate General for Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, the European Commission in Brussels. And I'll give you a small and quick summary of the situation of the fleet and the views of the Commission, of course, as requested. I will start with who. These are the flags of the 22 coastal member states that have that have a fishing fleet. The European fishing fleet, the fishing fleets, if I may say, of all the member states you see below are it's very diverse in terms of gear as well as size and of course landings. And the vessels range from under 6 meters, the very small scale fisheries, to over 75 meters, which is one of the extreme, if I may say, of the vessels we have in our fleet. I continue with why. The idea of managing the fishing fleet is to ensure a social, environmental, and economic sustainability. This is an essential part of ensuring sustainable fishing, and it's one of the main objectives of the common fisheries policy. How is that? The idea is to keep a balance between the fishing fleet and the fishing opportunities, the available fishing opportunities, in other words, the fish stocks. Coming back to the previous slide, this keeps a balance between the environmental sustainability, prosperity, if I may say, the employment, which you see on the top, and the economic sustainability, ensuring prosperous livelihoods of fishers in the long term. So by keeping this balance, we ensure both sustainability and profitability of the sector in the long term. How do we do that? There are two main elements. I'm pretty sure you're all very familiar. One is the engine power of the fleet, of the fishing vessels. I will talk a lot about the fleet, about the fleet segments, about the vessels. So the two main elements, one is the engine power, which is measured in kilowatts, and the other one is the gross tonnage, the so-called GT. Other factors that we take into account is, of course, as I said earlier, the length of the fleet, the length of the vessels, as well as the age. And there can be many factors we can discuss maybe during the Q&A, but I wanted to say there are the two main factors with which we manage, and then there are other factors that we do take into account in management. Now, what happens when there is no structural balance, when there is overcapacity? the situation is not the optimal, and that's what we try to prevent. So in order to prevent overcapacity, the common fisheries policy has several management tools. One is the capacity ceilings at the level of each member state. These cap the total volume and engine power of the fleet, and there are no sub-ceilings at the fleet segment level. Then there is the entry-exit scheme, where member states are responsible themselves for managing the movements of capacity in and out of the fleet. That means that whenever a new vessel is introduced, one vessel of the same the equivalent capacity should be removed, so should be decommissioned. And actually, to be precise, should be the other way around. Only when a vessel is being decommissioned, that another vessel can be introduced. Then fleet requirements at segment vessel, and last but not least, that the permanent elimination of the capacity entitlements are related to vessels decommissioned with public aid. So these are the main management tools. So how do we do that? According to the Common Fisheries Policy, the Article 22, adjustment and management of the fishing capacity, each member state needs to prepare every year by the 31st of May an annual fleet report. This fleet report must be prepared according to the guidelines that the Commission has provided. This is to facilitate that there is a common approach across the Union. So the report I was mentioning earlier must be prepared according to the Commission guidelines. And these Commission guidelines provide sets of indicators that the member states need to calculate, need to prepare, that describe the state of the fleet as regards to the available fishing opportunities. There are three types of indicators, three sets of indicators, the biological, economic, and technical indicators. The technical indicators, just to be more specific, they describe the activity of the fleet, whether a fleet is actually active, it's fishing, or whether it is not acting, whether it is stable at a port. Now, the assessment of these reports has been given by the European Commission to the Scientific, Technical and Economic Committee for Fisheries, STCF, which is an independent scientific body that is established by the European Commission. STCF meets every year, and under the expert working group balance capacity, that's how it is called, carries out its own assessment of the state of the fishing fleet of each member state, and assesses the assessments, if I may call it like this. So compares its findings with the findings of each member state. So carries out an assessment for each member state, and then compares this assessment with the assessment of the member state, and provides an advice to the Commission regarding the state of the European fleet per member state, per area, per fleet segment. Just to give you an example, some of you might be familiar. This is one member state. I don't know if any colleague could be. I have tried to hide which member state it is. It's not a secret, but just to choose one, I provide an example that a colleague might be able to identify. Feel free to say your opinion in the chat or during the question and answers. So you see the traffic light system where you see where green is there means that the fleet segment is in balance with the fishing opportunities. Where it's red, you see that there is imbalance. Where it's gray, it means that information is not available or not provided. This is not a nice example. I didn't say whether it is a good or a bad example. It is a good example, but it's not a nice example in the sense that you see that in the different columns that appear there on the biological, economic, and vessel use, the technical indicators, you see that there is a lot of imbalance. Going to the next slide, when and how does this happen? Again, this very quickly, I don't want to provide too much technical information, but just explain that this is an annual cycle. On the 31st of May of each year, the member states submit their fleet reports. During the summer, the fleet reports are being translated into English, and they're available, all of them, in the on the Euroopa website of the European Commission. In October of each year, there is a preparatory meeting of the expert working group of STCF, where they are calculating the indicators for all member states. In November each year, the expert working group is meeting, where they're carrying out the assessment of all the reports. In December, the STCF expert working group report is published. And in the first quarter of each year, the Commission sends a letter to the member states explaining what should be improved, what works well, what does work less well, and what actions the member state needs to take. I should clarify here that in cases where there is identified overcapacity, the member states need to prepare an action plan to with very clear time frame and time scale, I should say, and clear actions on improving the state of the fleet and fighting back this imbalance. We'll move to the next slide just to provide a quick overview of the European Fishing Fleet Register. So this is information that is public. You can access it through the Euroopa website again. And by accessing the fleet register, you see that there is an option for two things, the EU fleet ceilings and the summary of fleet of each member state separately. We spoke about the capacity ceilings earlier. So you can see again an example of member state X, where you see on the top there is the capacity ceiling, and in the bottom you see the actual capacity for gross tonnage. And in the next slide there's the capacity ceiling and actual capacity in kilowatts for the engine power. Very briefly, I will provide you with a slide on the evolution of the EU fishing fleet, the capacity both in engine power as well as gross tonnage, and that you will see that the capacity has been declining steadily since the 90s. Unfortunately, the slide I'm providing you with is from 2019, so it's missing the important or interesting, I should say, information of the changes when the UK left the European Union, because you can see that there's a further reduction, of course, in the fleet, but this is the information that was currently available. I wouldn't like to share information that is not available yet on the website. Furthermore, a quick overview of the capacity by length category, which is different than the previous slide. And here you will most likely see quickly two interesting points. One is the number of vessels, and you can see that the European fishing fleet is characterized by a very high number of small vessels, 63,000, almost 64,000 in 2021, compared to the bigger vessels. This is not the case in the gross tonnage, of course, where you can clearly see in the second column that the large vessels, the gross tonnage is disproportionately bigger. And the worrying factor on the very right of the column is the average age of the fishing fleet, which we recognize that it's very high. Fleet renewal of vessels and modernization, of course, is a challenge for the future of the sector. And the member states can address that need under the common framework. So there is, as I showed earlier, a margin between the capacity ceiling, the fishing capacity ceiling, and the actual fishing capacity. Furthermore, there's public funding. The public money supports the energy transition of fisheries and aquaculture. So energy transition, of course, is part of the fleet renewal and modernization. And the EU is already putting a lot of effort into research with the Horizon Europe program and the Mission Ocean Strand. But of course, research alone is not sufficient, though. And we facilitate this transfer to innovation and translation into investment by looking at the whole life cycle of technology and removing the I call it the bottlenecks that hamper the market update. So there are financial resources that exist for that, and the stakeholders, the Commission together, we must make the best use of them. So first, there is the current state aid guidelines that allow aid for engine replacement and modernization under the same conditions as in the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, the MFAF. And state aid can also support innovation and technology development in fisheries as well as aquaculture. But in this case, we are discussing about fisheries. And then, since I mentioned MFAF, MFAF also allows a wide range of support measures, and some of them, like engine replacement, are subject to specific conditions to avoid unintended harmful effects on resources. So for the vast majority of actions, the rules of the fund are very flexible and allow member states to design tailor-made support schemes. Last but not least, I would like to go very quickly just to a form of announcement, although I'm pretty sure that most of you, if not all of you, will be aware of the so-called CFP package, that the fisheries policy package that was adopted on the 21st of February, the communication on the functioning of the common fisheries policy, the marine action plan that is designed to protect marine ecosystems, the energy transition pact, as we call it, in EU fisheries and the aquaculture sector, and the Common Market Organization, that's the implementation of Regulation 1379 on the Common Organization of the Markets of Fishery and Aquaculture Programs. I invite you to have a look at that one as well. And with this, I would like to close my short presentation, and I welcome any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Võime teha siin ühe suure aplausi ka Antoniusele. Hello, Antonius. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone. And I'm very happy to be here. Very sorry not to be there.
Nice to have you over. Warm greetings from Tallinn. You're welcome whenever you have time to visit us. So we would like to ask you, of course, very special questions for your great presentation. Thank you for that. And we have something that's already written down online, but I, of course, ask people to raise their hands over here and ask questions. So whenever, nii et millal iganes te siin soovite käe tõsta ja küsida küsimuse, andke sellest teada ja me teeme küsimused Antoniusele kuuldavaks. So I'll check the first question goes like this. Why is necessary to manage capacity in fleet segments where fishing activity is managed via TAC and ITQ? So this is our first one.
Very good. I will try to answer as many questions as possible, and would be very, very happy to answer questions in writing afterwards as well, because some of them I can already foresee they will be tricky. So to give a concrete answer, fleet management, as I said during the presentations, well, indeed is taking place through fleet segments. Fleet segments are being defined through the data collection framework. The information we have on the fleet management, on the work that STCF does earlier, that feeds into the indicators we use are coming from the data collection framework, and these feed into fleet segments. ITQ is the management that works on fisheries, not the fleet itself. Of course, the two are interconnected, and together with the indicators that are being used, provided by the guidelines of the Commission, they are coupled, and with these two, we are able to see whether a fleet segment is in balance and the fleet in general is in balance or not with the fishing opportunities. So we have two different entities, and these are being assessed by the indicators that the Commission has been providing.
Thank you for your answer, and I hope that anyone who yes, there's a hand over here, so we go with the second one, and I hope that your answer gave everything that a person who asked it wanted to have. And we have one question over here, so please introduce yourself and we hear your question.
Tere, Kaire Märtin Keskkonnaministeeriumist. Mul on selline küsimus tegelikult, et see puudutab natuke hoopiski rannapüüki, et kõigepealt aitäh ülevaate eest, et selge on see, et jah, et ütleme need karakteristikud, mis välja toodi, need püügivõimsus, kilovatid ja mahutavus, GT-d, et need on tegelikult ju sellised, mis iseloomustavad ikkagi selliseid segmente, kus kasutatakse aktiivpüüniseid, põhimõtteliselt traale ja siis seinnootasid. Aga nüüd ikkagi, et kuna Euroopa Liidus ikkagi see kalalaevastik on erinev ja ka tegelikult erinevate vahenditega püütakse, et Eestis näiteks püütakse väga paljuski rannapüügis näiteks passiivpüünistega. Ja nüüd mul ongi küsimus tegelikult komisjonile, et kuna passiivpüünistega püügil ju tegelikult kilovatid ja GT-d mingit tähtsust ei oma, et ikkagi püügivõimekust iseloomustab püügivahendite piirarv, et miks ikkagi komisjon peab endiselt oluliseks, et need laevastikulaed peaksid püsima ka sellistes segmentides, kus kasutatakse passiivpüüniseid, kus see ju tegelikult meie hinnangul üldsegi vajalik ei ole. Aitäh!
Suur tänu, thank you. So Antonius, did you hear everything? And you got the question.
I heard everything in a language I do not recognize, and I don't know if it's a problem from my end, if I can use a translation, but I don't see to the system, to be honest. So sorry for that. I was very carefully listening in a language I do not recognize.
Okay, so this was my concern, that whether you had the translation or not. But we can come again really short.
I look happy.
Yeah, we have plenty of time, no worries, and we can come again, and maybe now in English and just a shorter version of this.
So let's try in English. Well, my question was...
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, for me, how it looks like that these characteristics like kilowatts and GTs, these mostly describe the active fishing, the fishing fleet which uses active gear. But for example, in Estonia, a lot of passive gear is used, mostly in the coastal fisheries. And when the passive gears are used, the kilowatts are not important in order to describe the fleet, because the fishing, how much you can fish, it depends on the number of the fishing gear you are using, not the size of the engine of the boat. So my question is, why Commission finds important still to keep these ceilings also for the fleet which uses passive gear? Thanks.
Thank you. Suur tänu.
Thank you. Thank you. Very clear. It's an interesting question. I will be clear. The rules are common for all member states. And it has been decided to use the two characteristics that define the fleet, being not only the power, not only the kilowatts, but also the gross tonnage. So it can be argued indeed that kilowatts are more relevant for active fishery, maybe for fishing vessels which are larger in size as well, that require high engine capacity. But at the same time, we have the gross tonnage. And the gross tonnage also covers small-scale fisheries. It reflects well the size of the vessel. It reflects well the storage of the vessel. And it might be that there is a passive gear that indeed does not require engine capacity for towing a gear, for example, but then there is auxiliary engine that is also being used to handle the net. So it is a combination of both. We don't like to call it as a one-size-fits-all solution, but that's the reason why we have the two characteristics that come in together, that they cover. Ideas for alternative characteristics are most welcome to come to us, but at the time we're not considering changing any of these two characteristics. But we're always happy to hear your views and definitely your concerns and any ideas, constructive ideas that our stakeholders and member states could have to improve the management of the fleet.
Thank you. And we have another one coming from the venue. And this time it's Siim. Here you go. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for the interesting presentation. My question is related to many of the previous ones. Actually, I think that one of the things that's wrong with the common fisheries policy is that often exactly the policy of trying to impose very similar rules across the member states, whereas the fishing systems themselves are relatively different. So trying to take into account these differences and the possibilities that are different across member states would, in my view, not sort of dissolve the common part of the fisheries policy, but rather would enable the different fishing systems being kind of living together. And now the question for me is actually more connected to renewal of the fishing vessels, because I think that we've heard here today that very often, and also it's mentioned actually in the Commission's own communication, that very often the new fishing vessels and more environmentally friendly fishing vessels would also need, let's say, larger capacities in certain terms, at least when it comes to the size of the ships themselves. And also we know that many of these technologies are relatively new and not being tested heavily. And I think there is some financing for the research and development, whereas I see lots of gaps when it comes to scalability of the technology as such. So this is, I think, a common challenge. But I think that Commission itself has also referred that there is quite a big gap when it comes to the size of ships and the capacities. But that's not the case in all the member states, because in our case, for example, we're lacking kilowatts especially, but also the gross tonnage in quite many of the segments in order to renew the ships. So let's say some flexibility on Commission's part when it comes to the rules on one hand, and on the other also the rules for financing would be very welcome, because otherwise it would be extremely difficult to find ways in supporting renewal of fishing vessels in an environmentally friendly mode. As it has been also said that in the communication that it's a very costly event, and the fisheries sector, while not being, let's say, completely devoid of different financial instruments, still relatively lack these possibilities from both the MFF. We made actually on behalf of Estonia a proposal to Commission to, let's say, create more flexible rules when it comes to financial instruments and using loan money for a renewal of fishing vessels, but still it was refused from the final compromise text. So right now I think that we are lacking a little bit there to create this, let's say, big jump when it comes to the Green Deal goals and the necessity to become more environmentally friendly. So this is something where we would, it's rather a comment maybe than a question, but if you can open it a little bit, that we feel certainly that the flexibility we currently have is not enough in order to make this sort of a big jump. And then we should look at both the common fisheries policy regulations as well as the MFAF rules in order to enable that in a better way. So, thanks.
Thank you. So, flexibility and funding, what's your view on that?
Thank you very much. Very many interesting points that were raised by the colleague. I will answer back with a few thoughts. We listen, we understand, we recognize the issues. There's a small contradiction here. On one hand, the Commission wants to be equal towards all member states. We want to simplify things. And one way of simplifying is to simplify management of things, to make things more straightforward, to apply common rules for everyone. At the same time, life is not simple, and simplifying things might create questions and I'm thinking I have to say that, might leave people feeling disappointed. There are several rules that are there in place, not rules, excuse me, tools, I wanted to say, that are there in place. Regionalization, trying to make things more specific, trying to have lessons learned from one area to another, trying to specialize management, if I may say, in terms of regions. The work of the advisory councils, driven by the stakeholders, by the people who do the job, by the people who are there, the sector itself, the NGOs. We are listening to the advisory council. Then regarding our rules, fleet renewal is also important for safety, is important for the regeneration, I'm thinking of the right word, renewal not only of the fleet, but also of fishers. We see that fishers working on the European vessels are becoming, unfortunately, they're aging. We need new people to work on that. And we are very much aware that old vessels are not being attractive. Fisheries in general is not an attractive place for people to work. Having said that, there are new factors that come into play. The war in the Ukraine, the increase in fuel prices. These are all drivers, as well as the climate. Colleagues in the Baltic Sea, there in Estonia, you know very well that the situation is very difficult due to a number of factors, including environmental factors. All these are things we take into account. Therefore, the CFP communication, but also the pact on the energy transition is important. The rules are there. We often understand from the member states that the rules might not be understood very well. We've heard recently in a visit in one of the member states, in the Netherlands in particular, that the member state apparently had a different understanding of the rules than the stakeholders did. And this was apparently one of the reasons why the funding was not picked up as fast as we and the stakeholders and the member state would like. We need to communicate this better. We are here, we listen, we're open to, ready to answer to your questions. Please reach out, please use the channels, the available channels, and please keep contacting us And we do take note of your concerns regarding the feeling that there is an absence of flexibility in the rules. It should be made clear that the rules there are also to safeguard the environment and safeguard the livelihood of fishers in the long term. Because allowing an increasing fishing capacity, even if it is, no matter if it is through the engine power increase or the gross tonnage, will affect the fishing capacity of the fleet. And that will affect the state of the ecosystem, which is something that we need to always take into account, because unfortunately, without fish, there won't be any fishers.
Thank you for your answer. And do we have more questions over here? I'll just quickly check if we have something online. Well, I have one, if you don't mind. How we could attract younger people and people to kind of become fishermen? Because you said, well, fishing is not an industry where it's not too nice to work. I don't agree on that. I think it's a really nice place where to work, at least it seems so. But how would you attract younger people and more people to fishing industry?
Yeah, that's the €1 million question we could provide an answer to. It goes through a number of factors, as I said before. Increasing attractiveness comes through increasing the working conditions, increasing the safety that come together, comes through the income, of course. And the fleet is actually the vessel that works for this transition. We are coming up with a number of ideas to mobilize younger people becoming fishers. Training and lifelong training and investment in fishing schools that unfortunately not all member states are having. Providing good stories that are there from fishers that have been identified in various member states, giving motives for financial motives for young fishers to obtain their own fishing vessel through the MFAF are just a few examples. But we also know that the job of fisher is something that is very often being transferred together with the knowledge within a family from the grandfather to the father, from the father to the son, from the son to the grandson.
That's true. Thank you. Ja, kas meil on veel siin saalis? Yeah, meil üks käsi tõuseb. So we have one question more coming up in this venue. So do we have a proper microphone to give her? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, if I may. Hello, my name is Kristi Ilves. I'm from the Ministry of Rural Affairs, from the Department of Fisheries Economics. I would also thank you for the overview and different points you made out. But I also like to give my view on one issue that is also related to previous points made by Kaire about the coastal fleet and also the concerns that Siim made. You mentioned the annual report of the fishing fleet as the important document that every member state have to submit every year, and about the estimation that looks in the face from the paper whether the fleet of the member state is balanced or not. In case of trawling sector in Estonia, the segment is balanced, structurally balanced, and profitable, it's not an issue, but in case of coastal fleet, I would like to point out that there are many other aspects also in fisheries that throw the balance in one direction or another, and it's not only the economical view, or it's a bit connected with it. For example, only the EU regulated species are taken into account in balance indicators, but in coastal fleet there are also many other non-regulated species that the fleet is targeting, and also those species are very, very important for the coastal community, for their income and living standard. And that's why the composition of the species is composed with different species, and not taking this account won't show the balance. So my point is here that maybe the methodology of the balance indicator should be overviewed, to taking into account those aspects that might in general violate balance in a negative direction, but are still important for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Suur tänu. So, the comment with question. So what's your view on that, please, Antonius?
I was about to say point taken. Thank you very much. It is a valid point, and I suspect I understand which indicator you refer to. My understanding is that you refer to an environmental indicator that is then affecting balance also in the on the economic side of the fleet. I wouldn't say happy to hear that, but thank you for sharing this with us. Well noted. I would like to say that we are in close contact with the STCF, the Scientific Technical Economic Committee for Fisheries, and the experts there, and we do discuss such issues that come also from the experts that have been noted about possible shortcomings that can be that there might be coming from the indicators that are being used. We do collect this information. Currently, we don't see a reason, and we're not ready to review the methodologies applied for the indicators. But we take well note of your point, as well as points that have been raised by in other occasions. And we are looking into this, I have to say. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have one more online. So the question goes like that. Has the Commission found in their evaluations any needs to renew or improve the fleet policy?
It's a tricky question. It's linked to my previous answer. As stated in the Common Fisheries Policy communication that was recently published, we are not renewing or changing anything currently as regards to the fleet management, to the fleet policy. We consider that it works well. There can always be improvement, and for this we are in contact with our stakeholders. We do listen to your concerns, and we do take note of the input that you provide us with. But for the time being, there's no such intention to make changes in the fleet policy.
But maybe after today.
Maybe after today.
Yeah, thank you. So, do we have any more questions on the venue? If we don't, then I'll just quickly check whether we have something online. And yeah, we are really happy that you had your time with us, Antonius. And I can say that Estonia welcomes you whenever you have time. Come over to Tallinn and anywhere else in Estonia. So thank you very much, and I hope that we can send some questions or comments later on to you as well, if that's fine.
Absolutely. My email address is on the last slide of the presentation. I was very happy to present and answer the questions that were asked. I hope that my answers were satisfactory to your expectations, and I'm looking forward to follow the next of the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day, Antonius Tamulis.
You too. Thank you very much.
Suur tänu ja meie saame minna siit ettekannetega edasi, ehk siis võib öelda niimoodi, et meid ootab nüüd enne lõunapausi viimane ettekanne ja meie juurde tuleb Ragnar Arnason. Tema on majandusteaduskonna emeriitprofessor Islandi ülikoolist ja tema räägib meile kapitalipiirangute mittesoovituslikkusest individuaalsete kvoodirežiimide puhul. Nii et kuulame, mida Ragnaril on öelda ja siis paneme valmis kindlasti ka oma küsimused ja kommentaarid. You're welcome, Ragnar.
Good afternoon, everyone, both those present in this meeting place and those remotely connected. Gives me a great pleasure to be here at this Baltic Fisheries Forum. I should say right at the outset that I'm speaking as a scientist, more precisely a fisheries economic scientist. I have no vested interest in fisheries, not in European fisheries, Estonian fisheries, or other fisheries. I have no links to political parties or administrations. I speak here purely as a scientist, as objectively as I possibly can. And you may gather from the title of my talk which is on the inadvisability of capital restrictions under individual quota regimes, that I will be critical of the idea of controlling fishing capital in ITQ-managed fisheries, and I will even be critical of having capital restrictions as a management tool in general, even when you don't have individual quotas. So let me continue here. Little background or a preface. The EU Common Fisheries Policy contains various stipulations about controlling fishing capital, and we've been hearing about that this morning. So I don't have to go into that very much. But among other things, this policy imposes fishing capacity ceilings along various dimensions on each member country, and that means that these member countries must impose capital restrictions on their fishes. And in this talk, I will try to review what science, especially fisheries economic science, has to say about such policies in general, especially under ITQ and IQ management regimes. More precisely, I'm going to discuss, first of all, the fisheries problem and the remedy to that problem. This is a necessary background because we cannot really appreciate the inadvisability of capital restrictions unless we understand the fundamental problem that these capital restrictions are designed to deal with. Then I will explain that individual quotas and individual transferable quotas lead to the optimal fishing capital, subject to the total allowable catches that are being set by the authorities. And that's really, really important. And then I will I'm going to say just a few words about the cost of capital restrictions. Because if we impose capital restrictions on a reasonably well-managed fishery, then that implies costs. Because those capital restrictions, if they are binding at all, will move the capital composition of the fishery from what is optimal to some inferior point. And that entails costs, economic costs, and therefore also social costs. Because social well-being and economic well-being or economic production are closely connected. And finally, I will summarize my main conclusions. So, just about the fisheries problem. The fisheries problem stems from the fact that fish stocks usually, almost invariably, are common natural resources in the sense that they're accessible to more than one user. It's not an individual resource, it's a common resource, just like the atmosphere. And that is almost always the situation with fisheries, unless we have a situation, usually in a lake, where there is a one owner of the entire lake. And this means that one fisher's harvest reduces the fishing opportunities for all other fishes. So when one fisher goes out and harvests, he will reduce the stock size and therefore the fishing opportunities of all the other fishes. And this means, in economic terms, that are, I think, fairly common today in other professions, that fishing is subject to a serious production externality. It is not a minor production externality, it's a serious one. It's a major problem. And this is what we call in the profession of fisheries economists the fundamental stock externality in fishing. And this is the source of the well-known fisheries problems around the world. This is also sometimes referred to as the common property problem, which is a problem that afflicts many natural resources, including the atmosphere. And it's sometimes even called the tragedy of the commons, because this problem, for instance, in fisheries, can lead to a complete devastation of fish stocks. So, if this problem, this fundamental externality problem in fisheries is left untreated, it leads to excessive investment in fishing capital. Fishing capital will be too great. An excessive application of fishing capital, we call that fishing effort. And the excessive application of fishing capital also means negative, generally speaking, negative environmental impacts. It leads to depressed fish stocks, even beyond the point of collapse. And the associated negative ecosystem impacts, which is another type of environmental impacts, the ecosystem will become distorted. And the entire fishery will produce very little or even no net economic surplus. So there are no net benefits that can be extracted from this kind of a fishery, even if, technically speaking, a very large amount of net economic benefits is attainable. All of these things have been conclusively shown theoretically and amply verified by experience all over the world in all fisheries people have looked at. These results are extremely well established scientifically. So just to illustrate this graphically, let's look at this diagram with values in admittedly US dollars along the vertical axis and the application of capital or fishing effort along the horizontal axis. And in a diagram of this kind, we can draw what is called here sustainable revenues, which is basically sustainable harvest in the long run for any given level of application of capital, multiplied by the price of fish, and that gives us sustainable revenues. The income, the gross income from fishing. But we have to subtract costs, and the cost would look something like this: an increasing function, increasing graph, fishing costs, and at a certain point, there will be equality between costs and revenues. And this is the equilibrium poorly managed fisheries will converge to. Unmanaged and poorly managed fisheries will converge to. Fisheries under which the fundamental stock externality has not been corrected for. And we call it the unmanaged fishery equilibrium. Zero profits. However, it's totally obvious from this diagram that the fishery could be operating at a much lower effort level, fishing effort level, where there is a substantial economic surplus coming from the fisheries. And this economic surplus is also a social gain, because higher net income gives social benefits, and it also means that the fishermen will be well paid, probably very well paid, which will solve the problem of trying to attract young people to the fishery. In my own country, Iceland, we have had very well managed fisheries for about 30 years, and becoming a fisherman is a very attractive proposition, not only because the working conditions are reasonably good, but primarily because the income levels are probably 2 or 3 times the normal manual labor income levels in Iceland. So this is the essence of the problem. We tend to converge to the unmanaged fishery equilibrium as long as we don't deal with the fundamental stock externality problem. This cannot be avoided by capital controls at all. They will just make the fishery less efficient without generating any sustainable net economic surplus. If anything, the net economic surplus seen from the perspective of society will go down because it will be costly to manage and enforce the capital restrictions. No more net income in the fishery. So what is the magnitude of this fisheries problem? Just to get this into perspective. In 2012, according to a World Bank study that was published in 2017 and is available on the internet, the overall global loss in marine fisheries due to the stock externality was about $83 billion. This is a large number. It was in that year only slightly less than total development assistance from the industrialized world to the developing world. Looking at this at a slightly lower scale, a typical marine fishery, for instance, fishery of Iceland, Denmark, and others, with about 1 million metric tons of annual harvest, the annual losses due to this stock externality would be about $1 billion if left untreated. Meaning that if you deal with the stock externality, you will gain as a net economic surplus about $1 billion. And knowing almost nothing about the Estonian fisheries, but looking up the level of catches, I would guess that in Estonia, the attainable economic profits every year from this fishery, net economic surplus that can be used for good things, increasing the incomes of fishermen, etc., could be between 50 and 70 million US dollars. I don't know how much you're making today. Hopefully you are making a substantial part of that gain. After all, you have ITQ fisheries, which usually increase profits substantially. Now, to deal with the fundamental fisheries problem that I described earlier, governments in the past, over the past 50 years or so, have resorted to various ill-advised methods. Why? Because they didn't have the knowledge, and the science of fisheries economics was not sufficiently well advanced, 30, 50, 70 years ago, to give correct advice. So they resorted to ill-advised methods, basically looking at the sustainable fisheries diagram I had earlier and saying, this is too much effort, too much capital, let's reduce the capital, let's reduce the effort. So capital controls were a part of these ill-advised methods, controlling vessel length, vessel tonnage, vessel power, shape of vessels, and the number of vessels. Quite similar to what we heard from Antonius before. These methods were totally ineffective in restoring net economic surplus from the fishery. Totally ineffective. This is not only a theoretical result, totally predictable, but also an empirical result. And we see it in fisheries that are poorly managed, not on individual quotas or similar methods, and subject to capital controls. They are not doing they're not doing well economically, and the fishermen are poor. But it is possible, in defense of capital controls, that they may have had a positive effect on biomass, mainly by making fishing more expensive. Because if you force the fishery from their optimal capital level and composition, you will make it more expensive to harvest. And if you make it more expensive, there will be less overall fishing effort and less harvest, and therefore possibly fish stocks may be protected. But there are much better methods to control or maintain fish stocks, even just effort controls would be better than capital controls. Because capital controls have a long-term negative effect. Capital in fishing lasts for decades, 20 years easily, even up to 50 years. I just noticed from the presentation from the Commission that the average age of many vessel groups was 30, 40 years. Average, with many vessels even much more older. So, with capital controls, you distort the capital composition of the fishery from what is optimal, and that is going to have a long-term effect because you have to unwind it over time. So, now I come to some important results in economics. So this is more like economic theory, but I hope this is going to be intuitively understandable. There is always an optimal level of externality causing activity. Remember what I said earlier, that the fundamental problem of fisheries is that one fish's harvest has an external effect on all the other fishes by reducing the fish stock. So this is a negative externality. And we cannot avoid this as long as the fish stocks are common. But there is an optimal level of this externality causing activity. And that's important. There is an optimal level. And it should be obvious that it's optimal. There must be some least bad level of this externality causing activity. And the second result is that if we impose the appropriate price for the externality causing activity, this price will automatically produce the optimal level referred to in the first point. So if there's an appropriate price for that activity, just as if there is an appropriate price for goods and commodities, then they will be produced and consumed in the right amount. And the externality producing activity in fishing will be reduced to its optimal level. Third point is probably the most difficult to understand. By establishing the appropriate property rights, some people like to call them user rights, in fisheries, will produce this appropriate price. So if we make the resource, or at least the extraction from the resource, in some sense, a private property right or a user right, then it will result in the appropriate price. Just like if we have private property in goods, we can trade them in the marketplace and there will be a price in the marketplace. And if the market works perfectly, the price will be correct. It will give the right signals to all participants in the economy. I realize I'm starting to talk like Milton Friedman. On my way here, I looked at some Wikipedia information about Estonia, and apparently you were influenced by his teachings when you became independent from Russia and started to reorganize your society. All for the good, because he was a very, very good economist. So these three things, they are crucial, they're quite abstract, but they belong to the set of accepted economic knowledge. No economist would seriously question these assertions. This is well-known facts in economics. Now we move to individual transferable quotas. They are examples of these property rights or user rights in fisheries. But these user rights are not in the resource, they are in extraction, or the volume of extraction from the resource. And this is crucial. If correctly administered and sufficiently enforced, ITQs provide the appropriate adjustment to the stock externality. Correctly administered, I mean the correct total allowable catch is set, sufficiently enforced, so 90, 95 at least, 97, 98% enforcement, because there is always an incentive to exceed one's personal quota, just as there is always an incentive for people to get away with a little tax evasion or a little theft, things like that. So we need enforcement, and we need the correct TSE to get to full optimality. Then ITQs provide the appropriate adjustment to the stock externality, will generate the optimal level of the externality causing stock externality in fishing. Note just about ITQs, they do not remove the stock externality. It's still there. They just create the appropriate response to the stock externality. And also, I mentioned this before, ITQs are property rights in harvesting volume. They're not property rights in fish stocks or ocean habitat. So they're different from farming property rights. In farming, you have property rights in the land and in the soil. So you can control those things to maximize your income and well-being. Sadly, in fisheries, we don't have that technology yet, so we have to be satisfied with individual quotas and individual transferable quotas that are simply property rights in extraction, in fishing. So ITQ holders individually will not improve the ocean habitat. Collectively, they might find it in their interest, but individually, they do not have that incentive. So ITQs have become very widely used around the world. You probably know this. From almost nothing in the 1970s, they come up to about, 27, 28 million metric tons out of a global marine harvest of some 82, 85 million metric tons. And if you look at this diagrammatic history, you'll see this is almost an S-curve. It grows first faster and faster, and then it starts to level off. And it's beginning to level off. because most of the nations in the world that are sufficiently well advanced to be able to run ITQ systems have already done so. Many of these nations are in Europe. So currently ITQs are employed by over 30 fishing nations in the world, and they account for close to 30% of the global marine catch. So they're common. And the experience with ITQs is uniformly good, or almost uniformly. There have been maybe a couple of cases where ITQs have not worked very well, and that's usually because they are not sufficiently enforced. So, fundamental theorem ITQs. Under appropriately operated ITQs, fishers and fishing companies will invest in the socially optimal fishing capital. And why is this? The easiest way to see this is that if you have individual quotas, they don't even have to be transferable. If you have individual quotas, and a few people have already mentioned this morning, you, especially if these quotas are reasonably permanent or for long-lasting, you as an individual will decide to use the level and composition of fishing capital that minimizes your cost of harvesting this volume of fish. And that is the optimal level of capital. And you will look at all the dimensions of fishing capital, not only power or vessel size or tonnage. You'll also think about the equipment. You'll think about the shape of the vessel, and all of these things depend on where you plan to apply your vessel. And this is one of the reasons why the common fisheries policy is so mistaken, when it thinks that a common set of capital restrictions can apply across the union. That is not going to work because conditions are different in different countries and different regions. So this optimality of capital investment under ITQs is with respect to all the key dimensions of fishing capital. The quantity of fishing capital, the composition of the fishing capital, the quality of the capital, etc., etc., etc. This is just, under ITQs, fishing companies are just as likely to invest correctly as any other industry. And we don't have capital controls in land-based European industries. In those areas, the Commission believes that the industries are going to invest correctly. So why not in fisheries when you have ITQs, or IQs even? So this result about the optimal investment under ITQs, theoretically proven by a number of publications. Here are some, empirically verified also by the experience of numerous ITQ countries. In these countries, including Estonia, according to what we heard this morning, fleets have spontaneously contracted without being forced to contract. Holders of ITQs have simply decided that it's a good idea to reduce excessive fleets. But at the same time, in some of these fisheries, vessel tonnage has increased. And that's a good thing, because that's the optimal direction of investment in those particular fisheries. For instance, to achieve some environmental benefits and better working conditions for the crew. Point is, as before, individual companies, individual fishers know best what is the optimal capital for their operation. And they will do what is socially optimal under ITQs or IQs. And of course, these results are the reason why there are no capital restrictions. I repeat, no capital restrictions in most advanced ITQ fisheries in the world. I'm talking about New Zealand, Iceland, USA, and Canada. So why does the European Union, or European Commission, retain this obsolete, inappropriate method of capital controls in their member countries that already have IQs or ITQs? Why? Ask these questions, Antonius, called them tricky questions before. And they are very tricky because there is no good answer. So, we have reached the conclusion that under ITQs, fishing capital restrictions are unnecessary. They're redundant. But it's more than that, because the optimal capital structure is multidimensional. It's not just 2 or 3 dimensions. Tonnage, power in kilowatt hours, length, things like that. Many, many dimensions of fishing capital. And the optimal level of fishing capital depends on numerous factors. The environment, the distance to the fishing grounds, port facilities, size of the fish stocks, operating conditions, capital access costs, fish prices, fish processing structure. You know, the marketing conditions and processing conditions have an impact on the optimal capital structure of fisheries. The nature of the company itself. You know, individual companies under different individual owners will have different optimal levels of capital. Risk, of course, and the owner's attitude to risk. And then it's not only today that counts here. As I mentioned before, it's future factors. So when you invest in capital or decide to retain capital, it is something that you decide because you have a certain vision of the future. You have a certain prediction about future conditions. And no one is better qualified to predict the future than those who have invested their lives and money in their own company. They have the right incentives. Very, very important. Governments cannot determine the optimal capital structure. It's impossible for them. They do not have the necessary information. It's impossible, because the necessary information is down to a very small levels. They cannot have that information. And even if they had the information, they wouldn't be able to respond quickly enough or flexibly enough, as we discussed this morning. And the third factor, you know, I have to mention it. Government employees do not have the right or appropriate incentives. They are doing this as work, they get salaries, doesn't matter very much whether they get it wrong or right, so they don't have the right incentives. Totally different for owners of fishing companies, or even individual small-scale fishers. So how can you believe this will work? I wonder. I realize I'm getting a little bit excited, but I'm trying to be an objective scientist. So the government will make errors. The capital controls will be wrong capital controls. So under ITQs, fishing capital restrictions are not only unnecessary, they are economically damaging. So, and as I said before, capital restrictions distort the capital structure away from its most optimal. So they got it wrong this year, and that means it's going to have a long-term negative impact because of the durability of capital. So what is the cost of fishing capital restrictions? Unfortunately, we don't have many empirical studies of this for some reason. It would be a nice research project for the European Union to fund a study of the cost of fishing capital restrictions. How about that? A few studies that I found are mentioned there. And the cost, and it's pretty obvious, the cost of capital restrictions depends on the restrictions relative to what is optimal. So to estimate these costs, if we did a research study of this nature, we would have to study the fishery, especially find out about the profit function of the fishery, net results function. And then we would have to estimate the optimal level of capital and find the resulting profits from that particular model. And then we would have to do the same calculation for the restricted capital level, wherever the restriction is. And the difference is the cost of capital restrictions. And this is a big, big task. And it should be obvious to you, even from my own talk, that we cannot do this except very inaccurately, very roughly. Get a rough idea. But it's easy to construct realistic examples of quite high cost. And I took the effort in preparing for this talk to do something like this. So here's a diagram I'm using. On the vertical axis, we have profits divided by the maximum profits. So I had a little model, reasonable model of our fishery, based on real fisheries. So along the vertical axis, profits divided by maximum profits. So the maximum profit is 1. You know, the maximum there along this axis is 1, where actual profits are equal to the maximum attainable profits. And along the horizontal, I have capital restrictions. With 1 is no restrictions. And this is not a question of less or more, really. It's just a deviation in the capital controls from what is optimal. So we can have a deviation upwards, just as downwards. And from my calculation, I got this diagram. And you can see from the diagram that if we move the capital restrictions down to roughly, 0.35, the profits in the fishery will become 0 or even negative. So it's possible with capital restrictions to end the fishery, make it totally unprofitable. Numbers, loss in attainable profits, if capital is 10% too little, so the restriction is 10% less than the optimal, then that means, in this very simplified model, 6% loss. And I think this is indicative. Maybe the true number is 3% or 9% or something like that, but it has a significant impact on profits. To get the capital restrictions 10% wrong, which is little. And the other numbers are like that. I don't have time to go through that. But conclusions right here, just to summarize, as I promised. 3 points. Under a reasonable ITQ management regime, a reasonable is, it's sufficiently well enforced and the TSCs are not totally outrageous. Fishing capital restrictions are at best unnecessary, most likely harmful. It's not that they are just unnecessary, they're most likely harmful, even quite harmful, as my little example showed. Even if you have weak management, you don't have individual quotas, you have something else. Capital constraints are probably worse than nothing, except when stock collapse threatens. Worse than nothing because they don't produce any increase in net economic benefits, and they cost money to implement, and they distort capital in the long run. So that's why they're worse than nothing. When stock collapse threatens, it's much better to restrict the application of capital rather than the capital itself. Reduce fishing effort, reduce fishing days or something. Don't touch capital. Finally, final point, restrictions on fishing capital can only be justified as a last resort when superior fisheries management methods are not available. If I would be asked to make a guess, I think the European Union is retaining capital restrictions because they have used these methods for such a long time. And they have not adjusted this methodology to the new reality of wide use of individual quotas and individual transferable quotas in the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ragnar. Here you go.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much for a nice presentation. And if you're happy with, we could ask you some questions just before lunchtime, right?
Well, I'm a university professor. I never answer questions. Never.
Oh, yeah. This is so true, I believe. Do we have, kas meil on küsimusi siinsamas saalis? Tõstke julgelt oma käsi, andke märku. So questions are very welcome right now because we do want to hear your thoughts Just a short comment is that are you not planning on going for EU Commission work? Like you had such thoughts, and maybe you can just solve some problems in a click, like right away.
Yeah, well, I hear the pay is good. Much higher than my usual academic pay. But to be realistic, I think a single person, even a commissioner, doesn't have much power, because power in the European Union is widely spread, and if you want to change anything drastic, you need to have supporters, you need to convince people and things like that. So for me, this would be hard work for a number of years, but you know, there might be a pay that would tempt me.
Yeah, never say never. Thank you. So we have one question over here coming. Just a second. Meil on siis esimene küsimus saalist. Palun.
Yeah, hello Ragnar. Thank you very much for this presentation. It was very nice to hear a person who can tell what he thinks. It's not always true about, let's say, government of officials or even people in universities. I firstly wanted to ask you why European Commission or Europe or we still keep this, but at the end of your presentation, I understood that you also don't know why we really do that. But my question will be about Icelandic fisheries in this sense that you, I suppose, don't have all these regulations. I'm not saying stupid regulations because maybe I am stupid, but because of these regulations. So is Icelandic fisheries really as efficient as it can be because you don't have these restrictions, or there is something to improve also in Iceland about your fleet?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the question. Icelandic fisheries are extremely efficient. They are not as efficient as they could be because the ITQ system is not as perfect as it could be. Mainly two reasons. There is no guarantee that individual quota holders in Iceland will hold these quotas indefinitely for the next 50 years. And secondly, the government has decided to tax these quotas. So the incentive to do the right thing has been slightly reduced. And also there are some restrictions on the transferability. But there are no restrictions on capital investment in Icelandic fisheries. And all Icelandic fisheries, so virtually all of them, are ITQ managed, 99%, something like that. And so the Icelandic government did away with all the previous capital restrictions. They had various restrictions, even length restrictions, resulting in bows being cut off with fishing vessels and all the distortions like that. That is all gone. And the quota holders in the demersal fisheries, cod, haddock, these species, they reduced their fishing capital hugely on their own, no supports whatsoever, from about 2,000 vessels in 1990 to about 300 to 400 vessels today. At the same time, there has been an expansion in the pelagic fleet, which is also operating under ITQs. Why? Because the technology of fishing demanded bigger vessels, much more powerful vessels than we used to have. So those were invested in. So this would be an example where typical European capital restrictions on fishing would have stopped the Icelandic fishing fleet from being able to exploit these new pelagic fishing opportunities in the North Atlantic, including mackerel.
Good example and good answer. Thank you. We have another one coming from our venue. Ja, palun.
Well, thank you. Kaira Martin from the Ministry of the Environment. Well, thank you for the presentation. You made us very clear that capacity ceilings are completely redundant and even harmful for the economy. However, I just wanted to say that in EU, a lot of financial support has been involved for the fleet. And therefore, we cannot say that this is completely economically driven environment.
Yep.
And therefore there is a price to pay, and as Dane said, sometimes you have to swallow the camels. Well, I just wanted to ask you your opinion as a fisheries economist, how necessary and how important it is to give the incentives via the financial support for the fleet, for the renewal and things like that. Thank you.
Okay, when the environment is providing the right incentives to any operation, including fishing, and when I say the environment, I mean technological conditions, natural conditions, and economic conditions, then it's easy to show, and well known in economics, that subsidies, supports, or taxation will move the activity away from what is optimal. That is almost inevitable. Having said that, it is possible to design supports that do not affect behavior. So these would be like, in economics you talk about lump sum gifts, something like that. Some supports that do not depend on whether you fish or not, or how you fish, things like that, in fisheries. I hope this is reasonably clear. It's possible, but it's possible theoretically. In reality, it's very, very difficult. So I would say that from the perspective of economic efficiency, maximizing the gross domestic product, something like that, subsidies are generally a bad idea. They could be justified for social reason. You want to support some social group, just like the welfare system, which is a system of subsidies. You support poor people, disadvantaged people. And you do that because you gain more socially than you lose economically. So those are my qualifications, but I would say those who want to subsidize or tax should justify their position. The burden of proof is on them, not vice versa.
Thank you. Ja meil on üks küsimus ka tulnud interneti kaudu. Siin veel tõuseb üks käsi, katsume hakkama saada. So we have one online, which says, could ITQs work in mixed fisheries?
Absolutely, absolutely. This was one of the questions that were posed very early on in the history of ITQs in, let's say, the 1980s. And it turned out that ITQs have been applied in a lot of mixed fisheries with great results. But when you have mixed fisheries, that in the sense that the boat goes out and catches more than one species, which is typical for demersal fisheries, not so typical in pelagic fisheries, which are more selective. Then you need ITQs for each of the main species. So you need to set TSE for species 1, species 2, species 3, etc. And then the fleet will select the species to the limits of technology, depending on the price of the ITQs. So when the harvesting is approaching the total allowable catch for one species, or it's predicted that before the end of the year there will be, shortage of quotas, the price of these quotas goes up. And what does that mean for the fishing operator? He is now facing a higher cost of harvesting fish of that particular species. Because when he harvests, he loses the corresponding quota. And if that is a high price, then it's a highly costly thing to do. With the result that with ITQs in multi-species fisheries, the selectivity of the fishing fleet has improved greatly.
Thank you. And we have one question over there, please.
Yes, it's Marco Frederiksen from Eurofish International Organization. Thank you for a very good talk. I would like to ask, there's a wish to reduce the CO2 pollution in the fisheries in general, be more environmental friendly. How do you see this compared to ITQ? Because it's probably not the most economically good solution just for the single fisherman. So how can you manage this, for instance, in Iceland?
Okay, first of all, under ITQs, well-managed ITQs, if you start with an overcapitalized, excessive fishing effort fishery, under that regime you will reduce the number of vessels, you will reduce fishing effort, so that automatically reduces the CO2 emissions. If you're not happy with that reduction, which seems to be the case in the world today, you need to apply economic theory to induce the fishers to reduce CO2 more. One way to do that is to impose a charge on CO2 emissions. You know, that's what I called before Pigovian corrective tax or price. And that would be set by the authorities. A better method would be to give out individual quotas for CO2 emissions, as Europe has done in some areas, power generation, for instance, and allow the industries to share these quotas, trade them between themselves. In which case, there would be a price for the quotas, and emission of CO2 would then mean that you have to incur that price. You have to suffer that price. So that would, in the case of the fishing fleet, reduce fishing effort probably, and also induce them to search for technologies that emits less CO2. In Iceland now, there's a lot of talk of using advanced technology to reduce CO2 emissions in the fishing fleet, including using electricity to power the fishing vessels, or some hydro, what is it called?
Hydrogen?
Hydrogen fuel, which we can produce fairly environmentally friendly in Iceland.
Thank you. And I guess as our lunch is waiting, do we have more questions right now, or we can just during the lunch break? Okay, we have one coming over there. Yeah, thank you. Please.
Hello, sorry for keeping you here, not to having lunch already, but
Our
I just
pleasure.
have to ask Kristi Ilves from the Ministry of Rural Affairs. You mentioned in your statements and also in many slides that the essence of achieving the optimal level is also lies also in the correctly enforced system that is sufficiently administered and so on. Can you open up a bit? What do you mean by that? Does it by any means mean the overwhelming control system, or what is the mix of different means to achieve the base for that?
Yeah, good question for clarification. First of all, if you have something like quotas, transferable or non-transferable, you need, for them to have the intended effect, you need to enforce them, to stop people from harvesting in excess of their quotas. So you need to control their harvests, or at least the landings, sufficiently well. Maybe it's probably impossible to do it 100%, but you have to do it 98, 99%. So that's the biggest thing. You have to enforce these things. Most nations that are pretty happy with how their individual quota systems work enforce harvest controls at the landing site. That implies that there may be some discarding. So there's a difference between the volume harvested and volume landed. If that turns out to be the case, then other measures have to be adopted regarding discards. This is a slightly complicated problem because some discarding at sea is probably socially optimal, because it's so expensive to take some fish ashore and dispose of them at shore. Other things about individual quotas is to set the right TSC, because the TSC controls the evolution of the biomass, assuming it's enforced. And the evolution of the biomass has to follow the optimal path to the long-run equilibrium, which is never reached because natural conditions and economic prices of inputs and outputs will affect what is optimal in the long run. So we're always on an adjustment path to a moving target. So that is pretty important, but as regards optimal capital investment, setting the right TSC is not that important. It doesn't affect that very much, as long as in the long run it's roughly correct. But regarding the profits from time to time, maximum profits over time, maximum net economic surplus, I should say, then it's important to set the right TSC.
Thank you. And it seems that we have got the answers so far. And I hope that you're happy enough. If anyone has any comments coming up during the lunch break, we can just chat
Absolutely.
around.
And like Antonius, I think, well, you have my email. Send me questions later on. I will be happy to respond to the extent of my ability.
Thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ja meie saame minna nüüd kõik koos lõunapausile. Nii teie seal ilmselt ekraanide taga saate aja maha võtta ja meie siin ka. Kohtume kell 3 ja kuulame pärastlõunased ettekanded ära. Ja tuletan ka meelde, et päeva lõpu osas, päris lõpuks, finaaliks on meil plaanis ka paneeldiskussioon. Mõnusat lõunapausi! Tere tulemast tagasi Tallinnasse Läänemere 5. kalandusfoorumile. Ma loodan, et teie lõunapaus oli vitaalne, saite tagasi oma energiavarud ja saite ka võib-olla vestelda need inimesed, kes te siin kohapeal olite ja võib-olla kogunes ka küsimusi just päeva esimese poole põhjal, nii et me tahame täna kuulata teie mõtteid kindlasti ka paneeldiskussiooni ajal, nii et kõik selle, mis te olete enda jaoks praegu üles märkinud, võite ka kommentaaride või küsimustena panna valmis meie tänase päeva finaali jaoks. Tuletan kõigile teile, kes te olete siin kohapeal Tallinnas, et kui meie paneeldiskussioon on läbi ja päev hakkab siin lõppema, siis see pole sugugi läbi teie jaoks siin, sellepärast et meid ootab ühine õhtusöök, nii et ärge minge kuskile, ärge lipake, kui vähegi võimalus, vestleme veel siin koos ja naudime ka õhtusööki. Aga me saame jätkata oma tavase päevaprogrammiga ja nüüd tuleb meile esinema Taanist Mogens Schou, kes on majandusteaduse magister organisatsiooni käitumise ja sotsioloogia erialal. Nii et kuulame, mida Mogensin on meile rääkida lähemalt ühise kalanduspoliitika olemusest ning kuidas seda üleüldse lahti mõtestada. Mogens, the stage is yours. You're welcome.
Hello, Tallinn. I'm sorry not being able to be in Tallinn today, but I'm sure we will have a nice conference. And thank you for asking me presenting my topic. And my topic is how to how to unfold the reform of the common fisheries policy. We have a reform, but it's not working. So what are we going to do? In normal businesses, management is what the director and the board of the company does. But in fisheries, management is what the EU institution does. There is a good reason why this is the case, but it does not have to be the case. It is possible to establish on-deck management, and if we do so, it will unleash effectiveness and innovation from the fishermen. In this presentation, I will talk a little about what is fisheries policy, what is the CFP, what is going wrong, and how do we make it right. Well, I've been working some years with fisheries management, and the more I work with it, now for 42 years, it strikes me it should be more simple than it is. Policy should be much more simple. Assess how much can be fished. We need to use the best science, and it's a political decision on how much to fish. Set the TACs and allocate quotas to states and fishers. And that system is more or less in place. We need better advice, but the allocation system is in place, and the decision system is in place. And the third important pillar of fisheries policy is that when you operate with TACs and quotas, you should ensure that all catches are actually counted for. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to have a management based on TACs and quotas. So this is how I think fisheries policy should be made simple. And when we have the policy in place, TACs, quotas, and full accountability, we should leave management to the fishermen. They know how to do the things, and as long as we have the proper objectives and the incentives in place, fishermen, they would be the best to manage the fishery. But this is not the case, obviously. What has gone wrong, and how can we put it in the right way? First of all, we have the CFP dilemma. We've been working with GC quotas all the time. Actually, in March 2011, the commissioner put forward a proposal to all the ministers of the EU, saying to them, we need to get to grips with it. We need to stop discarding, and we need to rethink the system. What would you like? Would you like a system based on effort and all catches to be landed, or do you want to continue with the TAC quota system with the implications and the difficulties that will mean? And the ministers clearly chose TAC quotas. So this is the case in the reform. We have a continuation of the TAC quota system. But there is a dilemma. TAC quotas are not controlled. They were not controlled previously, and they are not controlled now, not fully in any event. And the system invites fishermen to discard. If you have a quota for your fishing vessel, in order to get the most value out of it, you may have an incentive to high grade, and this is that is the basic dilemma of the CFP. This is the case from the time we had the policy established in January 1983, and as we have a so-called choke species problem with the new reform, it's perhaps even a more serious problem from 2019, problem with catch control. Looking at the CFP 1983 to 2013, when the reform was agreed, we had a system where EU institutions had the responsibility to follow TSs and to minimize discards. That was an institutional responsibility. It was not the responsibility of the fishermen. And in order to manage this, the EU system established a framework and a regulatory system. First of all, in order to count fish, it was decided that only the landed fish count against quotas. On the other hand, discards were obliged, and also a large amount of discards happens. And to take account of that, a share of the TAC was set aside to cover unaccounted discards before the TAC, or rather the landing quotas were set for member states. So there was a TAC reduction to take more or less account of this discarding, which nobody had a precise figure on. And then there was an obligation to discard juveniles and to discard non-quota catches. So if you had a catch in mixed fisheries of a species for which did not have a quota, you were obliged, you had to discard it. And the notion was that if this was the case, fishermen, they would avoid having catches of non-species quotas, and they would avoid fishing in areas or avoid catching juveniles. This never happened. So in essence, this was a very bad system. And of course, the CFP, based on the quota system, gave a rather strong incentive to high grade, to keep only the bigger, more valuable fish, and discard less valuable fish. So yeah, that was the CFP, and as I said, this went on for decade after decade, and all the time the European Community put layers on regulation and control on the system in order to counteract discarding. So intensive regulations on gear, other prescriptive management, on capacity, days at sea, areas to fish, and so forth and so on, was built up in order to try via indirect measures to reduce discards. So the headline from 83 to 2013 was that the quotas you had, and in mixed fisheries, if you caught various species, you would have to match your quotas through obliged discarding. If you had a catch for which you did not have a quota, you would have to discard. And the interesting thing here, and one of the reasons why this continued, is that for the individual fisher, in the short run, it was a way to optimize his catch. It was a good thing that he could continue fishing for nephrops, for example, and discarding the cod, and he could optimize his catch instead of simply stopping the fishery. But the downside of this is the so-called externality cost, and that was the pressure on the fish stocks, the tragedy of the commons, so to speak, to coin a phrase, that the commons had to carry the burden or the cost, the biological cost of discarding. So the result was poor stock utilization, adverse incentives, extensive discarding, and poor economy, and admitted by the Commission itself in the Green Paper, saying that European fisheries are eroding their own ecological and economic basis. So after the Green Paper in 2009, an intensive work started in order to reform the CFP. And the reform was agreed in 2013, and then it was gradually implemented, so it had full effect from 2019. And that the reform, and I will focus on one issue of the reform, the most important one, and that is the change from a landing quota system to a catch quota system, where you have to account for all the catches you take. So once the fisher cannot discard the fish and match his catches with quotas, he suddenly gets the responsibility to ensure that he has quotas that cover all his catches, not just what he chooses to land. Hence, the so-called choke challenge. You need a quota for all catches and all species in the catch, and how do you manage that, the choke challenge, in the new system? So the case here is, and that is the case I'm making, that where we had a system where EU institutions were in effect the managers, now the fisher has become the manager. I mean, he has a total catch quota. He cannot set himself free by discarding a fish. He has to account for all he takes, and therefore he needs flexibilities to adapt, to innovate his business and his fishing methods. That is the logic result of having full accountability. That is that you also get the right to choose the way you fish. This has not happened, as you know. So what happened when we had the reform in 2013, fully implemented in 2019? First of all, the Council of Ministers decided that now that discarding is no longer allowed, then we do not have to make a deduction in the TSEs to take account of discarding. So the Council could increase quotas for all, TSE quotas for all fishermen, whether they were discarding or not. That was not really an issue much discussed. And there were no requirements that fishermen should demonstrate that they did not discard. They simply all got they got a quota increase. And there were no incentive to document catches and no requirement to document catches. In the reform, the articles state that all catches must be counted and they must be accurately documented through, for example, CCTV or observers, but that did not happen. So not much. There was not a logic, coherence, consistency in the policy launched in 2013, 2019, and on the other hand, given these uncertainties, the European Community has chosen to continue the regulation on gear, capacity, detail control, etc. So they are requiring fishermen to comply, but on the other hand, they are taking away or keeping the flexibilities away from the fishermen. And of course, now that you have full catch accountability and has this choke problem, where you are in principle, you must in principle stop fishing for all mixed. For all species in a mixed fishery, if just one of the species is exhausted with regard to the quota allocation. So the discard the incentive to discard is the same, perhaps even stronger than before. And the result after the reform, having the reform, is again poor stock utilization, adverse incentives, and continued discarding. This is the situation following the reform. So what do we do? Is it a deadlock? And it may well be. Or is it an opportunity awaiting? I think the latter. It is an opportunity. I think the CFP reform is okay as long as you look at the legal basis. The new legal basis of the reform, it's okay. So how to make it work? First of all, full accountability has come to stay, and we need full accountability with the TAC quota system, and also that makes sense in relation to optimizing the use of catches and in relation to getting data for science and advice. On the other hand, we need full freedom for the fishermen to decide how to fish. So, for the reform to work, we need to ensure that all catches count. We need to get rid of the straitjacket paradox. The fisher has the responsibility, but he has not the freedom to choose. And we need to, in an overall approach, to apply a free enterprise, meaning that we need substantial or full deregulation and simplified control. And of course, that is in the public support system. We should support and develop new technologies, best practices, and so on. That is the headline. So if we look at the free enterprise model, which of course applies for fully documented fisheries only, for the fisheries where we are sure that they account for all their catches, and that can be done in various ways. Using remote electronic monitoring cameras is one way to do it, but it can be done in sophisticated statistical ways also, last haul statistical accounting, for example. But that's a bit cumbersome. The camera solution, in my mind, is economically, technically, and in practice the best model to use. So fully documented fisheries, that is the condition. So once you take part in a fully documented fishery, you may enjoy increased fishing opportunities according to the basic regulation. We can remove technical rules related to selectivity for these vessels, for these fisheries. It may still be necessary to have technical rules regarding bottom impact, for example, but the major part of the technical rules should be removed. We should remove fleet capacity ceilings. It doesn't make sense. To have a capacity ceiling, and in certain cases it counteracts the reform. In Denmark, for example, many fishermen, they wanted to build a bigger haul and have a vessel that increase the capacity of their vessels in order to have a hole where they could have the discard fraction of the catches. But they couldn't afford to buy the capacity because there is a limited market and there is a ceiling on capacity. So capacity ceilings does not make any sense in this case. We should have a segment in the capacity programs, a segment dedicated for fully documented fisheries where they are exempt from capacity ceilings. Remove a lot of controls. I will not go into detail with that, but of course hail systems and a number of other controls can be removed for fully documented fisheries. And of course you should remove the ban to sell undersized fish for consumption. Again, it doesn't have any logic. The logic of this ban stems from the old CFP, thinking that if you're not allowed to sell it, you will avoid fishing it. But this is not the case. And the ban actually increases the discards, which we have seen in a number of last haul controls, last haul monitoring. So the ban goes against its own rationale. There are a number of exemptions that should make the landing obligation and full accountability work in an easier way, and that is good. but they can be simplified, for example, in relation to high survivors. So they should be included, these simplifications for fully documented fisheries. Now, this idea of having a system where you are fully accountable and you also document what you do, that was a part of the Danish initiative in 2008-2009 in relation to the EU process. So it's not a new idea, and it has been assessed by a science group commissioned by the European Parliament to look into this approach, and in this report to the European Parliament, they are quite clear that this combined approach of having full catch accountability, documentation, and then flexible management systems, that is a more effective and a more cost-effective way of implementing the reform CFP. And actually, the model I present is in accordance with the legal basis of the reform CFP. The present management or implementation of the CFP is not in accordance with the legal basis. So yeah, I think much speaks in favor of taking the spoon in the other hand, so to speak. Also, there has been a number of reports on fully documented fisheries and science reports on testing, free choice of gear approaches, and so forth and so on. So it's very much tested. It's tested in large-scale trials in EU from 2009 to 2015. Yes. So I just want to put a bracket in here, because when we have full catch accountability, one thing is that the fisher needs to have flexibilities to choose his gear according to the circumstances at sea and so forth and so on. He needs this flexibility and right to manage his fishery. But it is also important to have a quota allocation system that has flexibilities and makes it possible for fishermen to transfer fishing right from one to the other. And I'm thinking about some layers in the transferability system. We have an EU policy, an in-year swapping scheme in the basic regulation, where member states swap between each other, and we have in the Trade and Cooperation Agreement between EU and UK a swapping mechanism, and of course also Norway is part of this. But it's a rather rigid system, and it could be one should look into ways to simplify it and to make it more flexible. In relation to EU external agreements, one should look into a system where I compared it with a free trade approach, a system where you may fish your own quotas like you can in the EU waters. In Norwegian waters, and Norwegians can fish in EU waters in order to optimize the total output and total value of the catches we have. Without prejudice, of course, to the allocation of catches between these parties. So transferability is important, and it is important, perhaps most important in national policy, where we need transferability. There is, of course, a socio-political aspect that is not my focus here. The main focus for me in this presentation is the sustainability aspects and the ability for fishermen to match the catches he takes with the quota he can get or lease in. And actually, in Denmark, you can fish and land and sell fish without a quota during the year, as long as you lease in the necessary amount before the end of the quota year, before December. And that system has worked. Some people are a bit skeptical in relation to the functionality of this system, but it has worked, and it is managed by a fisheries organization. It has worked flawlessly since 2007. Yes, that was a bracket on transferability. Now, I presented this idea of free enterprise approach, and I don't think much can be said against the system, but the question, of course, is how does politicians react? What are the hidden interests in this, and how do we make the process work? First of all, I think it is important to have an objective or understanding that we need to move away from the lowest common denominator approach, and have rules that everybody can accept. I mean, the Council of Ministers is a bargaining platform, and very often you get a result that is that everybody can accept. So it's on a low level. And I think I'm not against having rules that take account of fisheries where there are certain difficulties or traditions. But on the other hand, why not let those fishermen who can do things better move ahead? Why not give them the liberties and let the rest follow at the pace that suits them? So first mover approach, that is one way to that is an important thing. And then I think that the Commission has been too passive. They should not scare by the Council, and certainly they should put forward firm positions regarding Article 16.2, that these quota top-ups should be reserved for fully documented fisheries, and they should put forward a firm proposal on that, and combine it with the simplifications in the rule system. And it can be done. We don't need to have a permanent solution on this in the first place. It can be done in the TSE quotas for 2024. Can be put in with a footnote initially for a few selected stocks where we apply this approach. And then it will work for 1 year, next year again, until we may put it into a more permanent system. And basically, this has been done before. Here on the table, you can see the TSE allocation. This one is from the big trials we had in EU, negotiated with Norway. They agreed on this with fully documented fisheries, and it's simply put in as a footnote where you get this quota top-up when you have full catch documentation. It's been done before. It's easy to do, and that is what we should do. Results are well documented. At a certain stage, about 40% of cod catches were caught with vessels with cameras. This quota top-up the fishermen had a gearing effect in relation to this. So it's well documented. So I mean, the Commission is the guardian of the treaty, and the basic regulation is part of the treaty, and it doesn't work. So I think we should test the Commission. And my question to the Commission here is that will the Commission assess the benefits that can be offered to fisheries and vessels that document their catches? Will they assess the benefits from a fully documented fisheries with the benefits that can be given to these fisheries? That is the first question. And the second question is that if the Commission will put forward a proposal for 2024 that is aligned with the basic regulation and ensures full catch accountability, and do that by reserving the quota top-ups for those vessels that comply with the basic regulations requirement, Article 16.2 of that they only fully documented fisheries can get this quota top-up. So this is something I think the Commission should consider. Yes, I produced a number of papers on this topic, and one of the paper is dealing with it's called the barriers to the CFP implementation, and it deals with all these regulatory measures, the exemptions and transferability issues, and all these things. How can you design these various rules in order to support a system where fishermen become responsible for their own fishery and can take back the right to decide how to fish. So it's on this web page, and of course I'm happy to answer questions. I'll be here during the conference, and certainly also if you send me an email after the conference on questions or points of view. So with these words, I look forward to the rest of the conference, and thank you very much.
Suur tänu Mogensile. Hello Mogens, are you there with us? Can you hear us perfectly?
Yes, I'm there with you. I cannot hear the translation, so I think you would have to do it in English.
Yeah, that's totally fine, and I'm happy that you're there. So have you visited Estonia, by the way?
Yes, I've been there several times, and Tallinn is a wonderful town. And the trip from Helsinki to Tallinn, that's a very nice trip, yes. And thank you for the invitation for the dinner tonight, but unfortunately I can't make it in these couple of hours.
Make sure that next time you will be with us. Thank you. So we are ready to ask you some questions, I believe. If somebody has it already there in our venue, just raise your hand and show that you are ready to ask. But meanwhile, I'm just quickly checking if we have something online coming up. And my personal question is like, what do you feel in your in your topic right now? How is Denmark doing all in all in this same situation? Are the worries the same that, for example, here over the Baltic Sea, in these northern and eastern regions?
I think the worries are a little bit split. I mean, the Baltic Sea is in a very precarious situation. It's a very bad situation, especially for those countries who are fishing for cod. So we are very worried about the Baltic fishery. In the North Sea and in the northern Atlantic, it's quite different. The North Sea is improving with regard to the stock situation, but we still have a number of problems and issues that we are discussing. And of course, if you move further out, we have in the Atlantic the unsolved problems with regard to sharing the quotas on, for example, mackerel and blue whiting and all this. One big issue in Denmark at the moment, I think, is the discussion on bottom impact on trawling. And I think the most interesting about this discussion is that, I think we will have to see more protection of the sea bottom. But the question is, of course, whether this protection will be done en bloc for big areas or it will be done on basis of impact evaluations. So I would rather, instead of saying, for example, we don't want trawls in these areas, I would rather say we don't want gear which has a bottom effect of this and this nature. We don't want this type. So that would allow us to innovate bottom fishery with perhaps more sustainable gear types. I'm very much in favor of incentive mechanisms that give people an incentive and an opportunity to innovate themselves out of the problems.
Thank you very much. And we have one online right now ready for you, which goes like this. What is the value of CCTVs on vessels targeting small pelagics, like sprat, Baltic herring, for example? There isn't incentives to discard them.
No, but the CCTV is not an aim in itself. It's something you use in areas where it gives a benefit. And for example, I can mention another area. If, for example, we can give an example. If you fish a place in the North Sea, you may have discards in the order of 60%. If you fish place in the North Sea, but you fish with gill nets, you may have discarding in the order of 4 or 5%. And obviously, you would not have to put cameras on fisheries and métiers where we don't have a problem.
Yeah, thank you for the answer. Do we have someone? We have one hand over there. We just quickly hand over the microphone, and in a bit. Yeah, here you go, palun väga.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Morgans. Fully documented fishery, as you said. Who's the main obstacle on the way to achieving that? Is it Commission, member states? Is certain parts of the sector scared? From your point of view, who's the main obstacle, and or where is it? And from where should it all start? You explained that there are regulatory ways around it, and we should have a trial fishery in certain stocks already next year. But how do you see it going on from here? Thank you.
Thank you. The main obstacle is the Council of Ministers. A number of ministers do not want, in effect, they do not want full accountability for two main reasons. One reason is that they, as they have been told by the fishermen, they don't believe that they can solve the choke problem. So they would rather have that the discard issue, the discard ban is going away and we continue as we usually do. That is one problem. The other problem is that in some areas, some fishermen, they cannot see themselves innovating and developing their fishing methods. So if they keep on fishing in the way they have done all the time, then they will have this discard problem and they will not get the benefits of a system where the discard fraction is offered as a real catch opportunity for the vessels who can document all they take. So it's the lowest common denominator problem. If you can't do it with the best, you don't want any changes at all anyway.
Thank you. And do we have anyone else more over here? There's one hand. Yes. Ja palun, võid tutvustada ka, kes ja mis.
Yes, Erki Tuus from the Ministry of Environment. We have heard several times that ITQs, etc., are beneficial for the sector, but at the same time, very important point is to control whether we catch as much we are allowed to catch. And this fully documented fishery and cameras on board, I think Denmark is a leading country in Europe at the moment in this. I would ask this way that do you have already available good reports or scientific papers about this fully documented fishery, both in the pelagic sector, also in the demersal fishery? Is it really an effective tool to control really how much you fish and what you fish and to avoid discards, or it is just a foggy camera screens and just a good explanation for the top-ups. Thank you.
Aitäh. Here.
Yes, in relation to ITQs, I will just say in relation to Rauner's excellent presentation, what I'm talking about is the part of what he called the condition for the transferability system to work, and that is that you have controlled that you control how much you're actually catching. So that is catch accountability. And in some fisheries, catch accountability is not a big issue, especially perhaps in areas where you don't have mixed fisheries, but in other areas, catch accountability is a very big problem. And there you need to have a documentation system. If you want to avoid discards, you can do it in various ways. The Norwegians, they have done it in a way where they have mainly one species catches, and they have used a system to build up a culture, and it has taken them 25 years. That is not possible in a mixed fishery with 30 various traditions as we have in EU. Now, with regard to the reports, please send me your email. I have tons of reports, scientific reports from Scotland, from England, from Denmark, from the Netherlands, and also Germany, and WWF has also made an excellent report on these cameras and how they function. And we also have videos to show how it works in practice. So please give me a contact and I will send it to you.
Very good ideas. Thank you. And I guess we are happy right now. And as you said, later on, maybe we can continue conversation via email, for example, if anyone has comments or thoughts to share with you. Thank you. Thank you, Morgens. Once again, we give a round of applause to you. And you are very welcome anytime next turn, right?
Yes.
Take care.
Thank you.
Have a great spring in Denmark.
Thank you.
Ja meie saame siit jätkata järgmise ettekandega. Sedakorda võib siis öelda Taani naabrite, aga ka meie naabrite juurest. Meiega liitub Anton Paulrud Rootsi avamere kalapüügi organisatsioonist ja tema räägib meile turupõhiste juhtimissüsteemide kasutamisest kalalaevastiku tasakaalustamiseks Rootsi näitel. Nii et vaatame, mis siis on see Rootsi kogemus ja kuulame ja mõtleme kaasa. You're welcome, Anton Paulrud.
Thank you. Thank you. Many thanks for being invited here. Many nice speeches before me. So many thanks for that. We shall see. Oh, thanks. I'm from the Swedish Pelagic Federation. In size, both one of the smallest producer organizations in Sweden, but also at the same time, definitely the largest producer organization. We have around 45 members, so that's quite a low number of vessels. And we include vessels from 5 meters up to above 60. It's the largest one is 65 meters or something like that. And we, in the producer organization, we include all vessels above 12 meters and close to 90% of the volume from the small-scale fishery. So we are quite rare in Europe to actually have a producer organization for both small-scale and large-scale fisheries, pelagic fishery. Half of our members are active only in the Baltic, and then we have a couple of members just active in the Skagerrak, Kattegat, but otherwise it's mixed. Landings are about 135,000 tons right now. Normally it's 170. It used to be over 200,000 tons. And with that, it's, yes, about 90% of the Swedish fishery in volume and about 70% of the value. I will start I try to put everything I wanted to say in a pile, and then I try to divide it in small scale and large scale, because we have different management schemes. So I will start to talk about the small scale and then about the large scale fish management system, and then try to conclude everything. And I hope I have at least some red line. Otherwise, you just yell if I'm confused you. So this is the situation for the small-scale pelagic fishery in Sweden. And that's traditionally, by nature, a diversified seasonal fishing. And if you look at the picture on the right, you can see that on the top there, it's a situation how it looked like in the 70s and in the 80s. You started the year by catching cod in January, and then in February you started to fish for salmon. And then the year continued, and then in April and May, when the herring got into the coast, you caught herring. And then in the summer, eels, and then back in the autumn for cod and salmon again. Unfortunately, yes, I should perhaps tell you that traditionally the gear type was nets and hooks and stuff like that. And actually, the situation now is that it's open access or restricted open access. You need gross tonnage, and you need kilowatts, and you need a scientific evaluation by the agency that there are actually stocks or to fish to get into this coastal fishery. So that's the management scheme. Back to the pictures again. On the right, the lower picture. That's unfortunately the situation we have today for the coastal fishery in Sweden. We have herring, and then there are a lot of flounder. But if you fish flounder, you get bycatch of cod. So what you actually have is just herring. Herring and herring. So fishing opportunities is gone. And this is not due to fishing, of course. It's over-fertilization, pollution, seals, cormorants. What we could say is that this herring period also, by nature, when the herring comes in, is very short. It's just 2 months. The vessels are very small. You can't fit that much gear and that much herring that you actually can get any money from it. And the herring is low priced. Perhaps you get €0.50 for it per kilo when you sell it. If you're happy, you can get €1 if it's a really big herring, but it's very low paid. And the problem with the herring, as everyone knows, no one wants to buy herring that aren't processed. So you need factories. And with low volumes, you simply don't have any industries. And of course, also you have the dioxins. I will get more about that later. So it's the situation, what you see here, is not sustainable. From a biological perspective, or from the stock perspective, and from the quota perspective, it's all fine, because not even half of the quota is used. So it's the economic and the other perspective that is the problem, not the stocks. What to do about it? actions. So we have lost coastal fishing opportunities that must be restored. We must decrease the large population of seals and cormorants. So if we look at the picture, the second solution is to actually try to drag the fishing period for herring so you can prolong it. And the way to do that is to start trawling for herring. It's a longer season. You can go out longer, further out from the coast and actually catch herring more or less when the weather for a 12-meter vessel allows it. So it's more or less 10 months a year, 9-10 months a year. And with, of course, also with trawling, it's something that works with the population of seals and cormorants. It also works with porpoise in harmony, because you don't get the herring eaten by the seals, and you don't get any porpoise caught in the trawls. So it's quite a good way. But unfortunately, the second problem with the processing is not solved by trawling. It's still a low market. We have the dioxins. We also have the low volumes. So we don't have the industry. And if we have low volumes, we don't have the infrastructure. And of course, it results, if you don't have the industry, you end up with a container. You put the fish into the container and you send it to Denmark for fish meal. That's the only way. So that 95% of the volume for the small-scale herring fishery goes to Denmark. And a solution for that is naturally to try to bring back the large vessels. If you bring back the large vessels, you get volumes for the industry, and you get the infrastructure. So that's the solution. You also need to get the market back. We need to prove that the dioxins actually isn't a problem. We don't believe that the dioxins is a problem in the Baltic. We need more testing. We need products or product development that could actually make products that without dioxins. So, and then the last point there, the summer stop, of course, also affects the fisheries. You're allowed to fish during the summer stop in the Baltic with small vessels. But unfortunately, since you don't have permission to fish with the big vessels, the factories close because they don't get the volumes during the summer stop. And the effect is that the small vessels can't fish anyway. But back to the management system, it doesn't need any restrictions, because the economic, and since we can't solve the market issue, it's self-restricting. It's a huge problem. It's more like trying to make the small-scale fisheries survive today. Over to the large scale. It's another history. Back in the 2009, we had an introduction of right-based management system in the Swedish pelagic fishery for vessels over 12 meters. And at that stage, the pelagic stocks were in relatively good shape. But the fishery was quite over-established, I would say. I don't like the word overcapacity, because as a company, you should have overcapacity, because you never know when the stocks goes up and you need it. So a better word I think we should talk about is over-established. So we had low profits due to that. The Swedish pelagic fishery is quite well defined. We have the sand eels, we have the herring in the North Sea, we have and quite low bycatches, and we have, of course, the herring and sprat in the Baltic. So it's quite easy, an easy ITQ system. It was the fishery themselves that introduced, but we also had quite a lot of research in the beginning of the 2000. We had Ragnar, we had Steinsam, we had a lot of research going on with ITQs. Denmark started with ITQs a couple of years before that. So the fishery actually proposed to start with ITQ system in Sweden, and that was in 2009. And the reason for it was to actually restructure the fleet without any scrapping aid. The ability to actually buy out fisheries, buy out other vessels. And it was also to make the fisheries sustainable. And the industry should also get better possibilities to actually plan their activity. And of course also, one of the goals was also to try to save the Baltic fishery. No. I will jump that one because I see the time. And the introduction of ITQs in Sweden was a success. We had 83 pelagic vessels. That was down to 33 vessels, more or less before the system started. The quotas at that time was around 200,000 tons. And that was quite stable from 2009 to 2017. We had around a 50% decrease in power and tonnage. And also due to that we made regional quotas for some of the vessels that only had activity in the Baltic. They got a top-up. A small percentage, 14.6% of the Baltic quotas was just distributed for them, just to make sure that we had a regional perspective. And that was actually working really good. The amount of labor was unchanged, meaning that the number of working hours on board every vessel that was left in the system increased, so the total amount was the same as before. We actually got fixed positions at the vessels, meaning that we had all these working conditions by legal terms. Very nice. The wages went up. And of course, also, we could actually see that we started to get a semester period during the summertime for the fishery. It was very nice to see that, never seen before. So we had a fleet in balance. Yes, of course, I forgot now, regeneration. The average age is 40 years for the pelagic fishery now. So it's a very nice system, and the fishery loves the system. It works well. Unfortunately, the situation today, after they have closed the area 22 to 24, and Skagerrak Kattegat is closed, and we have the Brexit, we only have around 125,000 tons. But the system in itself has actually balanced, so we have between 21 and 23 vessels left. But the vessels that has left are happy, and the vessels that are still in the fishery are also happy. But the Brexit wasn't nice. So, just to go through the need for restrictions, or perhaps, if you think it in the other direction, is the system adaptive enough? Looking at it from the other side. The regional quota that we put a top up for those vessels only active in the Baltic, it worked very well. We had about 12, 13 vessels, and we have 10 of them left. So that has actually been a less decrease during all these years than for the vessels on the west coast. So the political goal that actually was put up was a success. Unfortunately, many of these 10 vessels had a lot of cod quota too. So their total quota has not been as much as for the vessels on the west coast. So the economic situation for these 10 vessels, the regional vessels in the Baltic, hasn't been the same. So the average age of these vessels are perhaps 25 years. But the vessels on fishing all over the area, both Baltic and the North Sea, the average age of those vessels is actually less than 5 years. That's quite amazing. We had quite a building boom on modern vessels. And it's quite cool because we was talking about the CO2. And actually, the newest vessels, they actually have these AdBlue systems and all this stuff on board. It's so fancy. So what we actually counted for regarding to that CO2 discussion is, for every 10 years, we have 40% in fuel reduction. So we can actually, for the biggest vessel we have in Sweden, has the same fuel use as a 24-meter vessel that is 25 years in the Baltic. It's quite amazing. So, concentration of fishing rights. We have how much can a single owner own? And that has also actually worked well. But now, in the last years, during all these quota deductions, we have started to get some problems with, we only have 20 vessels and a 10%. So we're starting to get some problems there. The gross tonnage and kilowatts has also been a problem. And that's more like a speculation problem, because we don't know what the Commission does. It's useless. It's like having a belt and this at the same time. It's stupid. But the speculation has created a market for something that doesn't, for management, isn't needed. So it's crazy. Origin of landings. Most member states has their rules that 50% should be landed in their own country. This hasn't really been used in Sweden, and that is a problem perhaps now. Sweden can only take 20% of their own quota to process, because Denmark has had a more welcoming sort of political situation for vessels and fabrics and processing industry. So Sweden in itself can only take, I think it's 20 or 22% we can actually process in Sweden. And as I said earlier, it's not a problem for the big vessels, because they can just go over to Denmark and use all the infrastructure and but the small-scale vessels, there's nothing left. Swaps and transfers. We make around 700 transfers between vessels, between the 20 vessels, around 200 swaps with other member states a year. And that's very, very important. And it makes the difference in value for quotas between different fishermen and different fishermen in other countries is so important that you actually use that value. And of course, the ITQ system that is based on quotas, that works very, very well. It's the most important thing we have actually in the pelagic Swedish fishery. That's the ITQ system. We will 7 minutes. Challenges. We have the situation with the Baltic, with the warm water. We had the same situation in 1950s, just after the war. A lot of sticklebacks, small herring, a lot of sprat. And is it a natural thing, or is it something that is a climate effect? We don't want to think climate effect, because then it's catastrophe. So hopefully it's just something that will go over, and perhaps quite storms like 67, 69s and everything, cold water, and it will be fine again. We have impact of the large-scale fishery on the small scale. It's a huge debate. We have the super trawlers, but the producer organization is a living example that we have both small scales, large scales sitting at the same table. For the small scales vessels themselves, it's no problem with large scales. It's a problem in media, not a problem in reality, because the small scales know they need the large scales for the infrastructure. Lack of confidence in the scientific advice. Nowadays it seems like, yes, the fishery that actually believes in ISIS, no one else, not even ISIS themselves. It's a crazy problem. And someone needs to actually put down their feet and say that that's the best science we have to trust it. We have a request. We have the NATO debate in Sweden. We need more food and food security. We have the dioxin problems. What we actually have noticed is that the testing is done now on whole fish, but you don't eat the whole fish. You normally only eat the fillet, and you don't have the fat in the fillet. And that way, the dioxin question is sort of, it shouldn't be a problem in reality. So we need more science there. We also need more products, of course, looking into how to do things with the herring and the sprat to get rid of the dioxin problem. We also have the PFAS coming up, so it's the same issue there. And no infrastructure for large vessels in Sweden. That's a big problem. The 22% that we only can process of our own quotas, it's a huge problem. We need to work on both sides, both on supply, both on demand, making people to eat more sprat, and herring, of course. And we also need to look at other markets like Africa and whatever. Conclusions. Right-based management systems, like, for example, the Swedish one, ITQ system in Sweden, can be a good way to balance. It has been a success story. Former former boss of the Commission actually said that it's a school book's example of good management of fishery when he looked at the Swedish ITQ system. So that's very nice. Quotas is not today restricting for small-scale fisheries. So we don't actually today have any use for right-based management systems. It's more like other actions needed just to make the small-scale fishery survive at all. Of course, we must take care of our resources. Lost coastal fishery opportunities must be restored. Decrease large population of seals and cormorants. We also need to work on the lack of consumer markets. Small herring, for example, undersized. How do we get people to eat them? We must work with the dioxins. The Russian invasion in 2014, the embargo that was placed from Russia after the EU had made their trade stuff is still a big problem, but perhaps with the catastrophe now, with the Russian invasion, it could open up, and perhaps that we could get large-scale markets for herring and sprat in the Baltic for our large vessels. They can come back, and we get another situation for the small scales. And the key for everything there is bring back the large vessels to Sweden. I hope that the Danish has turned off there, so they can't hear that we want our vessels back to get the infrastructure again. The small scale are desperate. We must the situation now we have when the small scale actually are fishing for industrial purpose. It's so crazy. It doesn't make any money, and it's just, yeah. So the ending point here, or actually I have one more after that. There's no need for capacity regulations like tonnage and kilowatt in Sweden right now. It's just, yeah. But I want just to comment the thing with the cameras on board. We have 2 vessels that actually have cameras. It works very, very well. We are not negative to cameras. We simply just don't believe in them. The trial has gone very well, but one result is actually that we do actually believe less in them now. But the trials it's no problem like having them on board and anything. But we have one big vessel and one medium-sized vessel that has cameras. And yes, it works well, but when you're loading 1,000 tons of herring on board a vessel, you can't expect to see anything in it. Yes, thank you. That's all.
Yes, cheers for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So please be here with us just for a moment. I guess we have some questions coming up for you. And of course, as told before, we would like to see some hands over here on the venue as well, and we can just check online as well if somebody has written or will write something down. But my short comment here is that I heard that some challenges or some issues that you have in Sweden are quite as similar as we do. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. Is it the place where to laugh or to be sad?
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems so, right?
Yep.
People are kind of losing your own people are losing interest in the specific species, for example, and how to bring them on to kind of interest people that we have good fish and you don't have to worry about these dioxins or something.
Yes. What we actually have in Sweden now, and we have worked on the last 2 years actually, is to do doing herring burgers. And when you do the herring burgers, you can actually take the rest product and you can tumble it and get the meat outside, and then you get the meat at the backbone, and it's quite fat-free. And in that way, you don't get any dioxin at all, actually. And it's a very popular product for school kids, older people, etc. And you can even make sausage, not just burgers of it. So it's different, these type of projects to make people eat more pelagic fish.
Yeah, exactly. Good thoughts. So, do we have a question over here? Somebody? I guess there are. Okay, of course, yes. We can hear you. Thoughts from Iceland. Here you go.
Thank you, Anton, for a very interesting talk. I'm from far off, so I don't know anything about anything really in this area. But you mentioned, and you made actually a lot of it, that there is no processing capacity to speak of for the pelagics in Sweden. And I didn't quite catch why that is. Is it a regulatory thing, or is it just that the economics of building a factory of that kind is not attractive?
Thank you. So,
yes, the problem has been that Sweden has survived on forestry, all these other types of industry. And we joined the EU and thought that EU would be something that you share things. We didn't see the problem in it. But now when we have the COVID and we have all these other catastrophes, the Russians, and it's time to wake up. And I guess that the situation with the small scale was sort of never noticed. Everyone always blamed it's the stock. But the need for infrastructure is sort of, if you don't have the infrastructure, you can't fish, and then you can't. It doesn't matter anything if the stock is good or bad. So it's a political issue that I think some countries has won, Denmark, for example. But we can now see that Finland and all these, Lithuania, other countries has put a lot of money into to actually develop industry again. And that's, but I guess that Sweden is in the back in that line, and we must start to work on it.
Thank you for that. And we have another question coming up from there. Yeah. You're welcome.
Yeah, it's Marco from Eurofish. Thank you for an interesting talk, and thank you for selling all the fish to Denmark. No, the question is on dioxin. Isn't the level of dioxin in the Baltic Sea falling year from year? Isn't it going down, or is it stable on the level as it is right now? Because as I see it, this must solve the problem in Sweden also. If the dioxin level comes down on the herring, then there's a possibility for an industry instead of fish meal, which also can be where you can get rid of the dioxin today. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, the problem with the dioxins is that it has been tested, at least in Sweden, for environmental issues. And in that reason, they have chosen different hotspots. They hasn't sort of done the testing based on that it should be possibilities to fish. So it's not like seasonal when the fish is fat, for example, and it's not on the fishing sites. So they have done the testing on hotspots where you have old industry, forestry industry that actually created the dioxin. All the testing must sort of be redone. They have very nice sort of data from Skagen, for example, FF Skagen, from the fish meal factory, where you can see that where to fish without, actually. But it's still, that testing must go up to be politics and then new rules, and then you must set sort of new limits.
Thank you. Then we have one more hand there.
Well, thank you. Kaira Martin from Ministry of the Environment. Just I understood from your presentation that the main reason why small-scale fishery has been reduced is that there is no market and no industry. But I know from our fisheries experts that the thing is that the reasoning why small-scale fishery and especially herring fishery is almost vanished or reduced so much is because the herring does not come to the coast anymore, whether there is a reason that the spawning grounds don't function anymore, or what other reasons. And also there are heavy discussions to reserve territorial waters only for the small-scale fisheries in order to protect the whole area. So I'm just asking your comment on the whole situation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, that's a huge problem, actually. I go back in 1950s when we have the same water temperature in the Baltic. We have all these autumn spawners. The herring was autumn spawners, and the autumn spawning is further out from the coast, where you can't actually use nets and traps and herders. So it makes a huge problem. Actually, if you go down to and look at old data, all the fishery in the 1950s was on autumn spawners. And this goes up and down, and right now we have a situation with quite a lot of autumn spawners spawning further out, so it's a huge problem. And that also is that we have tried to help the netters to actually buy new vessels to be trawling instead, to find the bigger herring. It had worked quite well because in 2009 we had only one or two actually trawlers that trawled for herring, and now we have 14 or something like that. So we have the large vessels has actually lended out a lot of GT and kilowatts to make it happen, and it works quite fine. And what we actually also has seen then is that the size of the herring is increasing. Last 2 years, last year and this year, the size of the herring is much better in the South of Baltic, and hopefully that is going to move up to northern Baltic and also to Botnia. We had the same actually situation in 96 and 97 that we had a dip. But hopefully cold weather and we get back the spring spawners, then it's easier too. We only have more or less 3 active netters for herring that fish a reasonable amount in South Sweden. It's bad.
Thank you once again, Anton.
Yes.
And we are waiting you back during the panel discussion,
okay,
which is about to start.
Should I keep that?
Yeah, keep it right now, and please keep this one as well.
Oh, thanks.
Nii, oleme jõudnud, võib öelda siis peaaegu et lõpusirgele ja on paras aeg kuulata siis Eesti vaadet ka meie kalalaevastikule ja vaatega siis, kuidas see oli, kuidas see on praegu ja kuidas ta võiks olla tulevikus. Ma palun lavale Mart Undresti, Eesti Kalurite Liidu juhatuse liikme. Palun.
Suur rõõm on teie ees siin olla, viimasena. Ma arvan, et ei ole ühtegi teemat vist mu slaididel ja ettekandel, mida ei oleks juba puudutatud, nii et mul on hea võimalus mõnede kommentaaride ja piltidega see tänane päev kokku võtta. 5 aastat tagasi, 2018, oli teine kalandusfoorum ja seal me rääkisime ka Eesti kalalaevastikust ja vaatasime nagu edasi, et nüüd mul ongi nagu võimalus tulla liikmete omanike ette ja öelda, mis siis 5 aastaga juhtunud on. Aga teie saate hinnata, kas on midagi juhtunud või paraku mitte ja mis need põhjused on, aga vaatame. Nagu ka eelmisel korral, kuna ma 5 aastat tagasi juba selle ettekande piltlikult öeldes tegin, siis pooled slaidid on samad, et hästi siuke säästlik lähenemine poolt. See on peaks olema Miiduranna sadamise 80. alguses, kus meil oli hunnikute kaupa erinevaid puust ja metallist laevu ja mehi sadu ja tuhandeid, kes kõik suht algelistel ja käsitsi meetoditel seda kala püüdsid ja siis olid suured konservitööstused 100 inimestega, kes seda Eesti erinevates nurkades nii konserviks kui muudeks asjadeks tegid. See vist oli Suursadama Hiiumaal, kus ka neid laevu jagus ja siin vist käib nii püügiriistade kui laevade remont suvel. Hästi lühike vaade ka, et mida meie püüame, et kui Rootsis oli seal mingitel hetkedel circa 200 000 tonni nii Läänemeres kui väljas, siis meie rõõm ja luksus on püüda ainult Läänemerest ja selle aasta kogused on seal 45 000 peale natuke alla, et eks ta ole suht kokku kuivanud. Siin on üks tore slaid või väljavõte Eesti kalamajanduse aastaraamatust, mis näitab ka meie nii-öelda püügikvooti tonnides, et kuidas nii kilu ja räim on siin viimase 10-15 aastaga enam-vähem liikunud, et jah. Et see ei ole küll uued uudised, et need trendid on Läänemeres köögilni ja siin on ka protsendid juures, palju me siis välja püüdnud oleme reaalselt. Siin slaidil saavad kokku minu viimase aja 2 kirge. Üks on, kus Eesti laevastik üldse püüab. Need on need sinised täpid igal pool, nii Põhjarannikul, saartel kui Liivilahes ja siis meretuulepargid, et kuhu siis Eesti valitsuse otsusega tulevikus hakatakse tuulikuid esitama, et need on need lillad kastid seal, aga ma sellesse teemasse rohkem ei lähe, lihtsalt see illustreerib seda vaadet veel ja siin on ka kalapüügialad versus tuuleenergiaalad, et kuidas nad näiteks Liivilahes või seal Sõrvesaare otsas väga suuresti ühtivad, et saamegi näha, et kuidas nad tulevikus mõjutama hakkavad nii kalapüüki ja kõike muud. Aga see ei ole uus teema Läänemeres. Tean Antoni näiteks varasematest kommentaaridest, kus ta on ütlenud, et me ehitame merre gaasijuhtmeid, elektrikaableid, uusi sildesid ja paneme 4-5 tuuleparki püsti, et no pole ime, et mõnes kohas see kala ära kaob, enam tagasi ei tule, koeb kuskil mujal või mingid numbrid on oluliselt väiksemaks jäänud, et lihtsalt ääremärkusena. Siis hüpates nüüd tagasi laevastiku juurde, siis see on üks varasem slaid ka, mis näitab meie seda algust, et 90. lõpp 2000. algus, kus me siis olime. Et väga palju erinevaid tüüpi laevu, millest ka mõned on veel täna püügil. Et nüüd on nagu mitu erinevat slaidi, mis räägivad kõik ühest ja samast asjast suhteliselt, et see on see, kuidas ikkagi 2001 või selle 2000. alguses Eesti läks üle nendele individuaalkvootidele, sellele ITQ-süsteemile ja kuidas laevastik sellest mõjuma hakkas. Et siinkohal peab küll kiitma seda julgust ja kes iganes nende otsuse tegemiste juures olid, et Eesti valis selle tee juba 2000. alguses. Siin on ka nagu näha, need graafikud on natuke erinevad, siin on aktiivsed laevad, mitteaktiivsed, kes mida püüdis, aga me tulime ikkagi sealt juba ITQ ajal ja pärast nagu Euroopa Liidu toega ja nii edasi väga kiiresti hakkasime alla tulema Ehk me valisime selle süsteemi, mis sektori või minu seisukohalt on vähemalt ennast väga õigustanud, ja teine asi, et me näiteks ei kasutanud muid alternatiive koos Euroopa Liidu tulemisega, et mingit reformi edasi lükata. Näiteks ajutine püügivõimaluste peatamine, sa maksad seal mingid aastad mingitele sektoritele toetust, aga struktuurselt see ühtegi probleemi ei lahenda. Et Eestis ei ole seda kasutatud ja ma usun ka, et see on meid pigem aidanud täna, et muidu selle väikse kvoodi juures me ei oleks absoluutselt konkurentsivõimelised. 2018 oli meil 25 aktiivset laeva, täna mõned päevad tagasi vaatasin registri üle, on 25 aktiivset laeva. Päris kõike nad ei püüa aasta ringselt, nii et me oleme seal kuhu kuskil 22-23 peal, aga üle 20 neid täna veel natuke on. See on see täisnimekiri, mille register annab koos peamasisene võimsusega, koos GT-dega, koos üldpikkusega, koos nimedega. Et see ongi see Eesti kuulus Läänemere kalalaevastik. Siin veel üks tabel kalamajanduse aastaraamatust, mis näitab, kuidas ka kogu mahutavus on alla tulnud ja kalalaevade arv seal juures. Et kõik need graafikud räägivad umbes sama keelt. Ain pakkus ennem, et Eesti kalalaevastikute keskmine vanus on kuskil 40 aastat, ei pannud üldse palju mööda, see on 37 aastat, keskmine Eesti laev on ehitatud 1986. Siis keskmiselt on Eesti laeval 387 kilovatti, on peamasine võimsus, 152 GT-d ja 26 meetrine. Et kõik need keskmised on suuresti mõjustatud nendest samadest veel nõukogudeaegsetest MRTK-dest, mida ikkagi meie laevastikus on circa pool ja rohkem. Et siin on ka meie uus laev, aga meie saatus on olnud seni osta neid Rootsi, Taani ja Skandinaavia nii-öelda neid nendel puhul vanaks jäänud laevu piltikut öeldes, aga keegi peab ka need ära ostma, see on meie roll viimased juba 20 aastat, 25 aastat, kui esimesed osteti Soomest ja mujalt ja ma arvan, et me millegi pärast peame sellega jätkama, aga sellised väikseid, nagu meil siin opereerida saavad, nagu meie sadamatest sisse tulevad, ei ole väga palju enam järgi jäänud. Ja uued, mida juba ehitatakse, nendeni varsti jõuame. Siin on ka üks tabel veel sealt samast kalamajanduse aastaraamatust, mis siis peaks seda meie traalisektorit iseloomustama. See on töötajate keskmised arvud, keskmine traaltundide arv laeva kohta. Nagu te näete, siis näiteks see number on kõvasti alla tulnud. Ehk et palju siis keskmiselt Eesti traallaev ühe hooajaga väljas viibib. Mis mind kõige rohkem võib-olla häirib, on see keskmine rida. Seal on küll, ta ei peegelda võib-olla tõenäoliselt reaalsust väga hästi, sest see on nagu esmakokku ostuväärtus, aga me oleme seal 9, me ei ole selle tabeli järgi kordagi üle 10 miljoni olnud ja me istume juba 10 aastat ühe sama koha peal. Et see ei ole nagu mitmeti pidi reaalne. Et ma arvan, et siin küll järgmised 2 aastat, kui me siia paneme 22 ja 23, hakkab see number nagu loodetavasti üles minema. Ja me püüame ka 25-30 000 tonni vähem, ehk et see kalaväärtus on kompenseerinud seda nii-öelda vähemat hulka, aga ikkagi, kui me vaatame kogu sektori sellist teenistust ainult selle numbri pealt, siis sealt ei tekigi võimalust, et me midagi investeerime või midagi arendame. Siin on slaid, mis loetleb taaskord ära need kõik Eesti laevastiku peamised probleemid, kõrge vanus, kõrge amortisatsioonitase, probleemid laevade remondi varuosadega, sest teatud masinaid enam ei toodeta juba mitukümmend aastat nii edasi, laevade mehitamine, kui sul on olme elutingimused sellised, kesised töötingimused ja merekindlus. Siis panin siia teemasse ka, millest on varem juttu olnud või küsiti ka Valduri poolt näiteks publikust, et see Liivi lahe mootori piirang, see tõesti on üks suuremaid ka takistusi, mis ei lase meile ja laevastikul areneda. Ehk et vaatame siin mingit pilti, enamus aegades koos Läti laevastikuga on Liivi lahes 30+ laeva. töö, mille saaks ära teha kindlasti oluliselt vähemate laevadega, ma julgen öelda 2-3 laeva kindlasti vähem. Aga kuna see mootori võimsuse piirang seal on, siis on need vanad laevad seal ja hoitakse neid, et oleks võimalus Liivi lahe kvooti püüda. Kui me räägime siin mingi keskkonna säästmisest või CO2-st, et paraku see takistab väga erinevaid arenguid selleks, et sellest nagu takistusest üle saada. Lisaks siis GT-d ja kilovatid ja kogu kalalaevastiku registri lagi, millest on täna siin palju räägitud. Siis siin on tabel sellega, et kus me eelmine kord lõpetasime. Me olime selleks ajaks natuke kaardistanud, et milline see ideaalne Eesti uus traallaev, mida me tol hetkel arvasime, et me ehitama läheme, välja võiks näha. Et erinevad kaptenid, erinevad traalifirma esindajad said oma sisendit anda, siis me natuke arutasime seda mitmel korral ja leidsime sellise kombineeritud lahenduse, mis tollel ajal siis sobiks kõige paremini ja vastaks nendele kriteeriumitele. Et nagu ka Rootsi näitel siin öeldi, ka meil on ikkagi väga vähe sadamaid, kus mahuvad sisse mingid suuremad laevad, Eestis 3-4 tükki üldse näiteks lossima ja nii edasi, et me vaatasime kogu infrat ja kogu meie hetkeseisu. Ja siis me hakkasime sellega tegelema. Meil tekkis päris palju erinevaid variante, joonistati ühes kohas, teises kohas, vaadati erinevaid laevasid, jõudsime juba mitmekümnelehelise tehnilise kirjelduseni, milline see laev olema peaks, joonised, asjad kõik juures. Käisime Hollandis vaatamas väga tänapäevaseid ja ökonoomseid laevasid, kus kõik on reguleeritud selleni välja, kui võimas sul võib olla kohvimasin köögis. Liiga palju kilovatte, selge, välja. Et kõik pidi vastama sellele, et see laev on nagu võimalikult ökonoomne, plastikuksed, asjad, viimse detailini. Et siis olid mingid tellimised sees, nad olid teinud juba katsetusi seal ka lestapüügil ja merikeel ja asjad, et oluliselt kütusesäästlikumad olid nad tõepoolest. Kas see on nüüd ka pikas perspektiivis elujõuline kogu see teema aktuaalne on igal juhul, eriti eelmine aasta, kus kütusehinnad kerkisid ju mitmekordseks, et Hollandis tegeldi innovatsiooniga sellisel tasemel. Siis siin on järjekordne näidis veel ühest traallaevast, mis meile jaoks valmis joonistati koos tehasepoolsete kalkulatsioonidega, palju ta maksta võiks, kui pikalt seda ehitatakse, nii edasi, nii edasi. Ja me käisime ära ka muidugi Taanis, Skagenis, Karstensenis, kes tõenäoliselt ehitabki suurem osa tänapäeva siin Põhja-Euroopa, Skandinaavia, Läänemere traaleritest, kes siis tegi nagu oma versiooni sellest veel. Ja selle puhul siis tekkis laev Kalevipoeg, mis on ka siin joonisel. See registri järgi see EK on nagu Eesti kalalaev ja siis seal on see 28, peaks tähendama aasta arvu, millal ta registrisse kasutusele võetakse. Nad panid selle täiesti suvaliselt, aga 5 aasta pärast peaks see laev registris olema. Et siis ka sealt see laev tol hetkel 2018-19 maksis üks 5,6 miljonit, täna tõenäoliselt ei saaks selle rahast enam seda laeva kätte, et on juba nüüd oluliselt kallim ja seal tehases ma arvan, et on endiselt mitmeaastane nii-öelda ootejärjekord laevadest, mis sealt välja tulevad. Meil rahastusasjad, kõik need uued laevad, tol hetkel see asi ei katki, nüüd on ostetud mõned traalerid, mis on kellegi vanad, aga praegu on olukord selline, mis tulevik toob, elame näeme. Siin on lihtsalt mõned pildid nüüd nendest samast Karstenseni tehasest, uutest laevadest. Nad on juba ülipeened, koostöös suurte jahifirmadega tehtud, see on üks Norra omanikele, kui me ei eksi, 90-meetrised sellised ilusad supertraalerid. No, ma ei hakka siin pilte näitama, kui ilus ta kõik seest veel on, et seal need kaptenisillad, aurusaunad, spordi, jõusaalid, asjad, sest nad elavad pikalt seal peal, tihtipeale omanikud ise on pool aega merel ja nii edasi, nii et nad investeerivad ka oma elukeskkonda ja see kõik on nagu muutunud. Et selleks, et sul oleks ka noor meeskond, et sinna tahaks noored tööle tulla, siis meie MRTK peale nii-öelda väga ei taha, aga selliste laevade peale, eriti kui sul on ka püügivõimalust ja sellega on võimalik tööd teha, tullakse. Siin on ka üks eelviimane laev, mis natuke aega tagasi valmis sai, ta on Ruth, et nad on kõik diisel-elektriliste mootoritega, väga tänapäevased peamasinad asjad, kuidas kõik on lahendatud, et muljet avaldav väga mitmes mõttes. Veel üks joonis, neid võiks siin 10 kaupa näidata, millised need laevad sealt järjest mitme kaupa aastas välja tulevad. Siis panin siia paar joonist veel, et ka üks Norra laev, mis ehitati Türgis Kemeri tehases, sealt on nüüd 3-4 laeva tehtud siis 2 kütusel töötavana, ehk nad töötavad nii LNG-ga kui ka diisliga. Väidetavalt lülitad ümber, kas võtab ühte kütust või teist kütust, saad jooksvad kohe edasi töötada. Kõik see tähendab muidugi seda, et sul on topelt kütusepaagid, tõenäoliselt hooldus, tehno, kõik see värk, aga tõenäoliselt see annab ikkagi paindlikkuse valida ökonoomses mõttes, millist kütust kasutada teatud perioodidel ja ka kui keskkonnatingimused hakkavad järjest karmimaks minema, siis millele, kuidas vastata. Et siin on veel üks analoogne mootor, peamasin mannil, et neid juba toodetakse. Seni on neid ikkagi kasutusel, piltlikult öeldes 1 käe, 2 käe näppudel saab ära lugeda need laevad, keda seda kasutavad. Seal on muidugi, sul peab olema ka punkerdamisvõimalus, kõik need asjad, et see ei ole nii lihtne. Ja ikkagi need paigatatakse tuuttele laevadele, nende tasuvusaeg on ma arvan, seal tõesti, nagu siin ka varem ennem jutt oli, 25 aastat, nii edasi, et laevad maksavad seal, ma arvan, 30-40 miljonit, nii edasi, et see on pikad investeeringud, aga kui me räägime sellest, et veel täna, homme ja 2-3 aasta pärast tulevad ikka välja ka need diisel-elektrilised peamasinatega laevad, mis on küll CO2 heitpelt ja AdBlue'd ja kõik, mis seal peale on, need on kindlasti oluliselt ökonoomsemad, aga täna ei ole veel seda muudatussektoris toimunud, et oleks toimunud täielik üleminek. Siin on üks tore pilt veel lõpetuseks ühest Venemaa laevatehasest. Ka nemad on meil aastate jooksul korduvalt külas käinud, pakkunud, et nad ehitavad meil MRTK laevadele, LNG-tankid, ümmargused kõik ja projektidega meil idanaabritega tööks ei ole läinud õnneks. Aga 2018 nad võtsid ise ka eesmärgiks, et nad ehitavad Venemaa tehastes, uuendavad kogu oma sektorit. Nendel ei ole väga hästi 5 aastaga läinud, on suured probleemid, ainult mõned üksikud laevad, mõned laevad on valmis saanud, plaanist on maas ja samamoodi, need on küll suured laevad, aga üks tehasejuht ütles, et viimase laeva pealt nad said kahjumit $80 miljonit. No, ma ei tea, mis see laeva eelarve olema pidi, aga see vist on ka võimalik ainult Venemaal, et kuidas sa nii suure miinuse seal teed, et aga jah, pilt on ilus, illustreerib laeva veeskamist tõenäoliselt. Kokkuvõtteks ma ei oska seda tulevikku ennustada. Ma ei tea, kas mulle väga meeldis kõik see, mis ma täna siin kuulasin selle kohta, et kui meil need erinevad takistused, milleks meil on siis ütleme võib-olla registrilagi teatud juhtudel, Liivi-Lahe piirang ja mõned asjad veel ära võtta, ma arvan, et see laevastiku number väheneks, vaadates seda kvoodinumbrit ja millise laevastikuga me ideaalis selle kvoodi välja püüaksime või isegi kui see kvoot oleks kiluräime puhul 10-20 000 tonni suurem, ma ei näe sellest probleemi, sest enamus Eesti laevastikust, täna on 12. aprill, on selleks kevadeks hooaja lõpetanud, ilm ja kõik veel lubaks, aga lihtsalt kvoot ei jätku, et ka sügisel. Et jah, et ma usun, et sektor kindlasti pooldab seda, et mida vähem neid piiranguid on, seda rohkem on võimalus uuendada laevastikku ja jõuda ka samm lähemale Rootsi, Taani ja nende laevade tasemetele, ja muutuda ka konkurentsivõimeliseks läbi selle. Ma tänan teid.
Ole lahke.
Aitäh.
Kuulame siis kõigepealt neid küsimusi, mis saabuvad praegu ja mõne hetke pärast me oleme sinuga ka paneeldiskussioonis.
Sobib väga hästi.
Väga kena. Aga kas on julgeid küsimusi? Üks käsi seal tõuseb, anname üle mikrofoni ja kuulame.
Arnesalust kalandusajaloo on väga ilus oli tegelikult neid pilte vaadata. Mina pildistan ka 5 aastat neid meeskondasi ja ma tahaks küsida, esimene küsimus, et mitu aastat on siis keskmise meeskonna vanus tõusnud?
Ja küsimus, ma arvan, et mingil ajal me oleme ka näppude peal seda kokku löönud, et ta oli juba seal 55-60 kanti. Eks nüüd aega, et mõni, kui üks 65-70 aasta mees läheb maha ja 30 peale tuleb Eesti number kohe oluliselt läheb paremaks. Aga meil on keskmine vanus on 55+, ma julgen kindlasti öelda, jah.
Ja teine küsimus on, et okei, et nüüd te saate need õigused, aga Eesti on ikkagi väga väike. Isegi minul ajaloolasel on väga väike ennast siin Eestis ära majandada. Ma ei leia isegi endale sponsoreid. Et kus te leiate selle raha, kui näiteks praegugi ütles päeva alguses Euroopa, et te peate ise pankalaenudega hakkama ehitama?
Jaa, ega see ei saagi lihtne olema, et Skandinaavias tõesti neid laevaehitust on tõenäoliselt lihtsam finantseerida. Neil on see perekondlik ärimudel seal ees, nad on ennast tööstanud mitme laevaga, see kõik on lihtsam. Aga ma usun, et selle taha see lõpuks ei jää, et me oleme nagu üleminekus, et me ju investeerime laevastikku. Iga mingi perioodi tagant tuleb mõni laev, mis on küll jah, 20, 25, 30 aastat vana, aga ta on jälle samm edasi sellest, mis me oleme siiamaani kasutanud. Et eks siis saabki näha, et tõenäoliselt, kui ma ütleks nii, et vahepealne rahaturgude olukord soosis seda, täna on jälle keerulisem. Tõenäoliselt mingi hetk on poliitika jälle soosivam, eks siis tuleb neid lepinguid sõlmida nii pankade kui laevaostu, kas siis tehastega või järelturul, et eks ta niimoodi hooajaliselt käib.
Aga tuleks siin abi või oleks siin abi sellest, kui tuleks ka mingid toetusmeetmed ikkagi selleks?
Nagu siin vist alguses kohe jutt oli seda, et Euroopa Liit hakkaks mingil kujul uut laevastikku toetama, on keeruline ette näha. Siis seal peab olema väga tugev selline keskkonnakomponent sees, et ta kasutab midagi innovaatilist, suke test, siis veel. Aga tõesti, meil on olemas nii finantsinstrumendi kui mingid muud finantsvahendid, kus siis antakse kas garantiisid või pikaajalist laenu mingis osas, mis aitab seda finantseerida. Et ma arvan, et sellised meetmed on täiesti läbirääkivad ja varasemalt on Euroopa Liit kui meil ka riik soosinud sellised lahendused.
Arusaadav. Nii, on veel küsimusi. Kui praegu momendil ei ole, siis andke kuuma selles mõttes, et ma küsin siis ühe sellise lihtsama koelise küsimuse ise vahel, et kui siin oli näha väga selliseid uhkeid ja ütleme lausa nauditavaid laevu, siis selle luksuse niimoodi kõrvale jättes, kus on siis need kõige ökomad laevad, kõige ökonoomsemad laevad, kas nad kattuvad nagu nendega, mis me nägime seal vist norrakatel ja nii, või on siin veel tuua selliseid Euroopa näiteid, kelle järgi tasub ka juhilduda ja võib-olla vaadata, mis tehnoloogiaid nad selle, ütleme, kas või kütuse kasutuse efektiivsuse mõttes kasutavad?
Ma usun, et me oleme siin nii-öelda selle tulipunktile suht lähedal, kus see innovatsioon on, et meil eelmine 2018 oli siin see sama Karstenseni laevatehase üks peaprojekteerija esines, ta andis väga täpselt ülevaate, mis sektsioonides nii-öelda see innovatsioon toimub, kuidas kütusesääst ja kõik muu. Meil oli Hollandi esindajad, kuidas nemad lähenesid sellele. Et kindlasti väga paljud mõtlevad selle peale, nüüd need 2 kütuselised peamootorid, et see töö käib tõenäoliselt üle maailma, aga ka meil lähedal, sellepärast et Taani, Norra, kõik nad tahavad, nad on väga suured kalandusriigid ja tahavad olla sammu võrra ees paljudest teistest. Et ma arvan, et siin see toimub.
Nii et mõneski mõttes on olla hea nende eesjooksjate siin kõrval. Meil tuleb üks küsimus siit poolt, Rootsist seda korda. Yes, Anton, here you go. Yeah, the mic's switched on. Yeah.
No. Yes. Yes, in Sweden we can see that the size of the vessels, the optimal size of the vessel for the Baltic is 50 meters. That seems to be the size that the last 4 vessels, new built vessels from Carstensen is for Baltic perspective. For the North Sea, it's around 65. If you don't fish for blue whiting, then blue whiting, you need 70 meters to be optimized. But all these sort of new built vessels, it's nothing about profitability. It's more like something that you must do for competition. You can't compete with an old vessel. And of course, the management system in the country is sort of essential, because if you don't have the right management system, you don't get the bank loans and security. So that's the whole thing. But 50 meters seems to be the new size for Baltic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the comment and muidugi.
Ma ei tea eesti keelesest.
Ja, just.
Selles suhtes, et ma täiesti nõus, et meie oma selle 30-meetrise traaleriga, no me oleme seal alumises otsas ja see loogika tuleb tihtipeale süvisest. Et meie see laev oli vist 5-meetrise süvisega, 5,5 meetrit koos kalaga, ütleme. Kui me läheme seal 6,5 peale, siis meil jääbki lihtsalt seesama infrastruktuur, neid sadamaid, kus need laevad sisse saaks tulla, on nii vähe, et see seob nagu valikud ära. Aga kindlasti me näeme, et 30 meetriga sa ei ole ikkagi väga merekindel veel. Et ka merekindlust saada on täpselt vaja seda 50, et neid püügipäevasid ja oleks maksimaalselt. Ja teine oli siin, et Skandinaavias pangad aksepteerivad tõenäoliselt nii kogemusest kui sellest seda ajaloolist püügiõigust. Et see ongi põhivara, mille vastu tegelikult raha laenatakse. Siis Eestis on see natuke keerulisem. Meil ei ole sellist registerpandisüsteemi ja osad pangad on muutnud oma ka lähenemist, et nad ei oska hinnata seda, nad ei suuda hinnata, aga kuna nad ei saa sellele panti peale panna, siis ka seda ei ole. Nii et siin on need 2 küsimust koos, et kuidas rahastada ja Eestis ei ole see nii lihtne kui mujal.
Thank you. We have, loen inglise keeles küsimuse, sest nii on esitatud, aga sa võid samamoodi eesti keeles vastata. Could the existing vessels be retrofitted with dual fuel engines? EMFAF support is possible, so it says. Et kuidas arvata sellest?
Ma usun, et kellegil kusagil on laevad, kus tasub kaaluda peamasina vahetust toetusega näiteks. Aga kui meie laevastiku vanus on 37 või midagi, siis see peamasin koos ümberehitamisega läheb 2 korda kallimaks maksma kui see vana laev. Nii et seal lihtsalt on see punkt, et või kui sul laeva kere või ülejäänud see amortisatsioonitase, sul ei ole sellel laeval enam nii pikka eluiga, et sinna selline suur investeering teha. Et me oleme paraku veel seal, et
keskmine vanus on liiga suur laevadel.
Ja turuväärtus sellega, et see kõik ei jookse paika, et sa paned selle uue peamasina peale, sa pead selle laevaga vähemalt 15+ aastat tööd tegema, aga kas sa teed, mis tingimused olukord on selleks ajaks, et see ei ole paraku meie puhul, elame näeme samuti, aga täna see ei tundu veel olevat lahendus.
Selge. Kas on veel praegu küsimusi? Jaa, tuleb üks küsimus. Kena. Ulatame mikrofoni. Ja palun.
Ja Mart, et ma ennast tutvustama ei hakka, ma olen juba siin nii palju sõna võtnud. Et sul on ka hästi pikaajaline kogemus algusest peale Eesti pelaagilise sektori tootjaorganisatsioonide juures ja tead seda nii-öelda ajalugu kujunemist ja kõike seda poolt ka. Et võib-olla sa paari sõnaga kommenteerid kinni hakates Rootsi poolt nenditust, et kuidas sa paigutad Eesti, ütleme, pelaagilise sektori sellesse konteksti, kus me räägime ühelt poolt siis inimtoiduks minevast kalast ja teiselt poolt siis tööstuslikust otstarbeks minevast kalast, et kuidas sa seal näed seda dünaamikat lähimate aastate jooksul, kui regioon meil on ju Leedu ja selliste riikidega sama?
Ja küsimus, selles suhtes ma väga palju sellele ei keskendunud, aga see on nagu oluline see, et kus me kala lossida saame, mis sellest kalast edasi saab. Et nagu Rootsi näitel, kunagi oli seal rohkem tehaseid, need on järjest kinni pandud, Västervik nii edasi suured, kus midagi toimus, nüüd väga ei toimu, parimal juhul saadetakse sinna autod ette, et sealt kala jahusse viia. Et me liigume nagu ka mingite trendidega kindlasti kaasa, et olles riik kunagi, kes ka kasutas kogu kala nii-öelda otseselt inimotstarbeks, siis nüüd meil on nagu õnneks riskid ka mingil määral maandatud ja on Eestis ka kalajahu ja kalaõli tehas viimased aastad. Aga ma arvan, et see maailm on nii palju muutunud, see ei ole võimalik seda piiri sinna enam vahele tõmmata, sellepärast, et kuhu see kalajahu õli läheb, ta tuleb ringiga, ta läheb kalasöödaks ja tuleb ringiga meile tagasi, et see on nagu osa sellest tarneahelast. Ja selles, et kui konkurentsivõimelised me oleme, turg selgitabki selle välja, et ma usun selles suhtes, et esiteks tootjaorganisatsioonid on Eestis olnud edulugu, tuues erinevad firmad kokku, turustades koos, töödeldes koos. Ja teine asi, ma arvan, et me oleme väga heas seisus, et meil on need mõlemad tööstused Eestimaa pinnal olemas, mis annab meile ikkagi võimaluse lossida see kala siin Eesti sadamates. Ma pidin siia panema, aga nüüd tuli meelde, et vaadata, kuidas on Eestis lossimise arv versus kvoot tõusnud viimastes aastatest. Tõenäoliselt me lossime siia rohkem kala, kui on meie kvoot ja juba päris mitu aastat. Et kui rootslased lossisid oma kvoodist ainult 20% Rootsis, siis meie lossime tõenäoliselt, ma arvan, kuskil, ma ei tea, 60 000 tonni ehk piltlikult öeldes 20% rohkem, kui meie kvoot üldse on. Et jah, me oleme erinevates olukordades ja ma loodan, et nii see jääb. Siin on ka strateegilised valikud ja reformid on riigi poolt, investeerides mingitesse asjadesse, mis aitab mingid töökohad, mingid maksud, mingid asjad hoida siin meil Eestimaal.
Suur tänu veel kord, teeme Mardile ühe aplausi ja võib öelda siis niimoodi kuldsed sõnad, et ärge minge mitte kuskile, sellepärast et mõni hetk me sätime ennast siin laval koos panelistidega valmis ja teeme selle finaali ka ära ja avaldame siis täna selliseid kokkuvõtvaid mõtteid, mis loodetavasti sillutavad tee tulevikku. Nii et mõni hetk aega ja siis juba jätkame siit lavalt paneeliga. Ja võluväel olemegi tagasi siin, et hakata võtma siis tänast päeva siin õhtupoolikul kokku. Läänemere kalanduse foorum 5. korda nüüd hakkab tegema neid lõpunoote ja me läheme sujuvalt üle inglise keelele. Ma loodan, et keegi ei pane seda pahaks ja saab ju alati meid kuulata edasi ka veel tõlkes. Tõlkeaparaadid on siin kohapeal olemas ja nagu te veendunud olete, siis ka veebi vahendusel on olemas see tõlkevaliku võimalus workshopi lehel, nii et jätkame siis inglise keeles võiduka lõpuni. So to start with, it's been an amazing day full of different thoughts. But when we kind of start from the very beginning, from our beginning of the day, we heard that, or at least this is the point of view that I got from today, is that the EU regulations that exist right now are good in a way, but no one here in the room, or most of the people here in the room, are not quite happy with these. Am I right? Did I get the point right? And whoever of you wants to begin with, be my guest. Maybe your first thoughts. Is it so? And your personal view, why aren't we happy with current regulations from the EU? Yeah, maybe you, Anton. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I was thinking about that the problem now when we have quite a lot of new buildings and we have the kilowatts and the GT. A lot of the new vessels could have had new technology inside, like LNG, for example, electric engines. We have all the drawings for it, but in the end, when you do the economic calculation, you have the gross tonnage and a kilowatt, and you need to buy it to have a bigger vessel to actually fit the batteries and fit the LNG tanks, etc. And you can't actually do it. So it's a huge energy thing. And hopefully with the energy transition that it will be taken away.
Yes, and is there anyone who wants to add to this comment? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I'm an outsider,
yeah.
And so I'm learning almost as I speak. But it seems to me that what we can take from this excellent conference is that once we have a good fisheries management system that is sufficiently well enforced, like individual quotas, individual transferable quotas, the policy, the centralized policy should be to minimize interference with what the fishers do. Avoid unnecessary controls, minimize interference, and allow the incentives the fishermen are faced to control most of the activities. When I say most of the activities, I am referring to environmental impacts that the individual quota system and similar management systems do not directly control. So if there are additional environmental impacts, maybe CO2 emissions or other greenhouse gases or ocean habitat impacts, those things have to be dealt with separately by various means. It so turns out, to my pleasure, that often quotas for the environmental impacts, like CO2 emissions, even impacts on the bottom flora, things of that nature, can be effective in guiding the fishing activity to the optimal situation. And there are cases where these kinds of environmental quotas in fisheries have been tried and been very, very effective.
Thank you. Yeah, Mart, please.
Just to comment where Anton left off. We are in a position sometimes in certain member states, let's say, in certain fisheries, you can't buy because it's all kind of, ceiling is there. There's no way to build anything new because that's one point. In certain markets, maybe you can get some additional GTs, for example. And the second thing is, I think some Estonian vessel owners keep the old vessels active because if you scrap the vessel, for example, then the timeline starts to count. In Estonia, it's 3 years, and then you lose your GTs and kilowatts once again. So it doesn't help as well to... It's all related to this ceiling and register and kilowatts and all that. Just small remarks.
Yes.
Yes, I think that if we can manage fishery well, if we can implement tax and quota system well, which is actually ensuring the utilization of fish stocks in sustainable manner. Of course, there are control issues, but when we don't need more rules, as it was explained also by other speakers, so we are just imposing too many different control rules, so that makes for the sector difficulties to make their own developments, what they need, economical point of view, but also put a lot of pressure also to the administration to control different regulations, which probably in the certain circumstances are not necessary. So we are putting a lot of financing there, and actually we could make things simply, just to control our common property, our fish stocks, and leave economical decisions to the fishermen.
That's good. Yeah, Mart.
I think in Estonia we have, let's say, 22 free vessels. At the moment we can do 10 to 15 vessels. That means already that we have only those vessels to cover in control-wise. All catches should be landed, documented. We all understand. If EU wants, I think, cameras, we can live with that. Although what good does it do in the RSV tanks and all of that? But yes, I don't see any problems switching to that. And for inspectors to control those 10 vessels, it should be more simple. You can track them 24/7. When are they trawling? When are they entering the port? So I don't see any system. Only EU regulations with certain obligations in there restrict us at least to take that step and to get out of it.
Yes, you wanted to ask?
So this is a very good example of the distortive impact of capital controls. You cannot switch to the types of vessels you want because that breaks some of the restrictions. And so this imposes a cost on your fishery, on Estonia, and to impose that cost, there is a very significant administrative cost down in Brussels to work out all these restrictions. And in the worst possible cases, you have restrictions that are seriously damaging, so you need other restrictions and other controls to respond to those problems, maybe subsidies of various kinds, etc., etc. It's an endless problem.
So, but just to be sure and to kind of get everything right in a correct way, is it so that only our maybe Baltic Sea region is the part of Europe that isn't really happy with, or the current European common policy doesn't work for us? Or are there any other regions, any other fisheries that are more content, more happy with the current European policy? What do you think? Or maybe you can just give us a broader view in that sense. Or if we have someone who wants to comment in our venue, in our public, so please go ahead. But yes, Mart, please.
It's hard to tell because I'm mostly involved in the Baltic Sea. And even in the Baltic Sea situation is very different. There are member states with very straightforward fishery, boats, ITQ systems, very well monitored. Then there are states that it's all a bit a mixture of things and it's not so easy. And I think if we go to the Black Sea or the Mediterranean, as was said, I think Commission or someone before in presentation as well, in there it's a totally different ballgame. So that's once again the one size doesn't fit all that Commissioner was talking about. But if we speak about regionalization, and we should look at the Baltic and have rules for the Baltic that the entire Baltic should go with.
Yes, please.
Yes, having this both belt and stripes. Yeah, it's totally crazy. But you shouldn't. The Commission shouldn't be afraid, because the only sort of species that is unquote doesn't have any quote is stickleback. And you're not even allowed to fish stickle back because you can't use the small mesh size. So there is no problem with unquoted species or non-quota species. And it's also like economic constraints on the vessels. We can see that the vessel doesn't grow and becomes 70 meters because that's not optimal. If you build a new vessel in the North Sea, perhaps you need 60 or 70 meters vessels. But in the Baltic, what we can see in practical life is 50 meters is enough. It's optimal. So what are they actually afraid of?
So what I hear from you now and from today is that we maybe still need a reform in this policy and more, let's say, flexible or in a tailor-made way, right? Yep. To our region, for example, in the Baltic Sea. But we have some questions that have been written online to us. And one goes like this. I want to underline that I see the camera as a voluntary documentation. Fishermen will get a small top-up in fisheries with a low discard fraction and a high top-up in fisheries with much discard. Thus, the incentive effect reflects the size of the problem. And I guess this comment or question goes to Morgens, but it's from Morgens, of course. So we don't have to write or call him right now. Thank you, Morgens, for that. Is there anyone else who wants to comment on these CCTV cameras? Yes, please.
Yes, to make sure that we don't get any money for the trials or any quotas or anything. It's just for the time spent working with the mounting of the camera, etc. We get some sort of money for just the time. Anything else is no. We are doing it for transparency and for perhaps that it could help us to get people to understand what's actually going on when they are out on the sea.
Yes. Got it. Yeah, Ragnar, you had?
Yes, I think this idea of Morgan's fully documented fisheries is a nice idea, and emphasizing the same point that it should be totally voluntary to use these CCTVs aboard the vessels. If you do so, you will be rewarded in the appropriate way. I think that's a very nice idea. But at the same time, I would like to point out a different way of enforcing discarding or no discarding rules. And that has to do with enforcement in general. Fishers discard when the expected value of discarding exceeds the expected penalty. And this is the same rule that applies to any violation of any rule. People do these violations because they think they're going to benefit by the violations on average. So the way to deal with discards, one way to deal with discards, and it's a very inexpensive way, is to have heavy penalties, relatively little observation, because observation and monitoring is expensive, but high penalties when someone is detected violating. So that has been tried in various parts of the world, and it has worked. It is sort of cold-blooded, and it might be better to use the carrot rather than the stick, but the stick definitely works in this context, because discarding is done for an economic reason. It's beneficial to those who discard, and sometimes even individual deckhands discard because they're too tired to process the fish against the will of the owner of the vessel. So it's an economic incentive to do it, and therefore an economic penalty, subtraction, a heavy subtraction of the quota rights or something similar, works. I'm just pointing this out just as another way to do it.
And I guess that, we have one question. Yeah, just a second, Mark, please remind what you had. And yeah, palun. Here we go.
Tere, ma tegelikult mitte sellest teemast, millest te rääkisite, ja ma tahtsin esitada küsimust eesti keelest ühte teemapüstitust küsida, et me näeme, et meie laevastik on Eestis ja Baltimeres, just Baltimere laevastik on meil vana. Üks põhjuseid on, me räägimegi siin kilovattidest, aga põhiline põhjus on ikkagi see, et meie püügiperiood on piisavalt lühike, meie väljapüügid on suhteliselt väiksed laeva kohta ja me ei suuda teenida piisavalt raha. Et kui oleks püügiperiood pikem, siis kindlasti oleks laevade ja põhivara kasutus efektiivsem ja me suudaks ka osta efektiivsemaid ja rohelisemaid laevu, mis meile kohe varsti ülesandeks pannakse. Kas ei oleks võimalik või mille taga see asi on, kui näiteks Läänemere riigid lepiksid omavahel kokku, et nad lubavad lipuvahetust? Et sa saad erinevate piirkondade, erinevate riikide kvoote püüda, vahetada lippu. Täna on kõik riigid kaitsevad oma kvooti, et oma laevastik peab selle välja püüdma, aga võib-olla oleks siin ka võimalik vaadata natuke edasi, et näiteks kas või meie naaberriigid, Soome, Rootsi, Läti, üldse Baltimere riigid, et see aitaks kindlasti laevu efektiivistada, rääkimata sellest, et võib-olla mõne suurema laevaga siis minna suurele merele püüdma, kui kellelgi on jõudu ja valmidust riski võtta, sinna kvoote osta. Et täna me peame ja oleme seda kompenseerinud ja nagu Mart ütles siin, riigiabiga kaldapealsete investeeringutega me oleme saanud efektiivsemaks ja konkurentsivõimelisemaks. Aga kui me just täna räägime laevadest ja Baltimerest, et kokkuvõttes siis pika jutu kohta lühike küsimus, ma ei tea, Ain, Mart, et kas selline lipuvahetus on üldse jutuks olnud ja oleks üldse teema? See annaks kindlasti meile põhivarale paremat kasutust ja siis me suudaksime ka investeerida.
Ma korra veel küsin üle, et kas see küsimuse mõte on enam-vähem ka see, et näiteks erinevate riikide laevad saaksid käia teiste jaoks püüdmas?
No täpselt, et näiteks me saame Eesti laevaga püüda Soomes või Soome laevaga Eestis.
Okay, then I just quickly translate it for you guys as well. So the question is whether we should have in our region, in the Baltic Sea, that, for example, Estonian fleet can fish for you in Sweden, or I don't know, the Danish part. So can we like exchange flags in a way that we have the fleet that can work for another country? Aga alustame, jah, Ain, maybe first of all, yeah.
I started my speech today about this common fisheries policy, and one cornerstone is this relative stability, actually, where member states are getting their share from the total allowable catch. So I think if to look from the state perspective to this issue, of course, when the states are very interested, but taxes are all these, what payment should become to the country from this arrangement come to their country. So I think it haven't been discussed in the way how to can be done. But main issue is we have our national fishing possibilities. So I think state is interested that they citizens are using this and getting this profit to the country. But I wanted to reflect also to the CTPTs earlier. I think it was also discussed that probably in all fisheries we don't need them. For example, the necessity to control the landing obligation is where we have a mixed fishery, many different species are caught at the same time. We have our main fishery is herring sprat fishery in Baltic, which are also mixed fishery, but 2 species. And of course, we don't see real necessity probably to have the CBTs on the board, as we have also the possibility to bring this low-value fish to the fish meal factory. So probably there is no so big interest to make this cost to catch the fish, and there hypothetically, of course, they might be that the size is so small and we cannot get such a big price that we can get from the fish which we can sell to the human consumption. So, of course, if also fishermen said that if we need to give assurance that we are not overusing our fishing possibilities or quotas, probably this might be a compromise finally in order to get rid of redundant measures. Then probably it might be the compromise to go further.
Exactly. Thank you. And maybe we come again with the question of changing flags, fishing for another country, because we got Ain's point of view on that. And you had something similar or something else, Anton, please?
Both, actually. I could answer the first question about the quotas. It would be lovely and very nice to be able to make this renting, for example, renting quotas from Norway or renting quotas from Denmark and swapping quotas without, come on, we're living in EU, what's the problem? And so I can't see any problem. I know that also Sweden, as a member state, has had this discussion with a positive view, but I know other member states that doesn't have it. But so no problem for us. But the question I asked, or statement I just want to make sure that everyone understands, because I have talked so much about consumption, is that the industry, it's nothing wrong with fishing for industry. It's a perfect way to get rid of dioxins, etc. And it's also nice that 1 kilo of fish meal can produce 1.6 kilos of salmon. The problem is that it's not done in Sweden.
Thank you. And Mart, maybe? On the
Two comments from my side as well. Talking about CCTVs, Estonia also participates in the trial. We have 3 vessels going with cameras starting. So in cooperation with authorities, we have a small bonus, not quota, but financial to do it. But I think it helps us to understand both the fishermen a bit better, this documented fishery or CCTV, and also transparency, and learn what kind of possibilities are there. Do we really see something? Is it just for harbor purpose, or something else is visible? And this card issue as well. But I don't think there is an initiative, because there is, maybe some time ago there was a price difference, not so much anymore. So at the moment everything is caught, landed, and counted against the quota. Now changing flags. Yes, I think the swapping is an answer, at least in the main basin, in a sprat and herring fishery, no problem. But if we would like to fish in Bosnia, for example, and the same vessel, then it makes it a bit more trickier, I think. Sweden and Finland, no, but we don't see any Danish trawlers in, there are?
Yes.
Fishing in Bosnia as well?
Yes.
So there should be any problems. Gulf of Riga only with the motor restrictions. Other than that, it's all about swapping quotas.
And I guess we have a comment on the same topic as well, about swapping the flags or whatever you call it. It is a member state prerogative to decide who may fish on their quotas, but decision may be challenged at EU court according to free movement. So this is the comment that we got, I guess, on this topic. And I see that Morgans has added something else to his comment about the CCTVs. So cameras also allows for simplified bycatch rules, which is something the Danish pelagic fleet is looking for. And just to comfort us, probably, I guess it's also Morgans, I just moderated a discussion between all North Sea countries. Nobody's satisfied with a CFP implementation. They are working on a report on this. So I don't know whether to be happy or sad about it, but same thoughts go around in North Sea countries as well. But we have to kind of start to finalizing up our conversation over here. One thought that I had about talking about the future plans and kind of refurbishing our fleets, or maybe just having new ships all in all. Do you see that there's been a talk about new fuels? Let's talk about maybe, we have these electric engines which work on diesel power still, and dual engines. Is there an option for hydrogen power as well? Because as a source of power, hydrogen can work with electric engine, right? Do you see that these kind of vessels will appear in the Baltic Sea region in near future, let's say in 10, 20 years as well?
I think as the EU made a ban on the cars from 2035, something similar might happen, but the technology must be there first. The bunkering, where you can get this fuel, all that. With cars, everything is going electric, batteries and all that. In fishing, it's not so easy. If you use a ferry that goes, 15 kilometers, it's possible to calculate how much is needed. It goes back and forth. With a vessel, you go out, you go fishing. You don't need when and where you're going to find the fish, when and you're going to come back. So I kind of put the electrical topic on there as well. So in fisheries, it's not as easy. I think the innovation will come from vessel building or container ships or ferries and then it will be transformed to the fishery as well. Whether it's hydrogen, something else, we will see. But I think first steps will be in maritime, but other industries, and then fishing will follow, fishing vessels.
Mm-hmm. Ragnar, please.
Thank you. I'm not a technical person, but I understand that hydrogen is expensive to produce, and unless you have hydroelectric power or geothermal or something similar, the production of hydrogen produces CO2 and other greenhouse gases. It so happens in my own country, Iceland, that we have these non-polluting energy resources, hydroelectric and geothermal in abundance. And there is suddenly a very serious discussion of using hydrogen to power the fishing fleet, at least parts of the fishing fleet. And as I understand it, it's quite similar to, basically similar engines in the vessels. And the storage of hydrogen is stored in a similar way in the vessel, so it doesn't have the limitations of batteries, although hydrogen has to be stored in a different way. So at least in Iceland, people are looking at this very, very seriously, and it's probably closer to being implemented than electric fishing vessels.
So as time is running up, thank you very much for your comment. For the last thing, I would like you all to give a think and thoughts about, just to kind of come up with your conclusions, short comments. How much and what, all in all, European Union should control if we talk about fleets and management? I hear your thoughts working. Who wants to begin? And let's be precise and conclusive. Yes, please, Mark, yes.
I would say that trust more regions or regionalization. Let the different regions decide either commonly and trust more member states. I think we are past the point where a commission had to make sure that member states behave or give more incentives, and I think the good things will follow. We can lose most of the restriction as we talked about, the gear, the registers, and focus on what suits for that member state. And
yes, please.
There are certain things that can only be dealt with centrally, and those are basically central problem or very wide problems like global warming, things like that. Fisheries is not one of these areas. So it's a fundamental mistake by the European Union to believe that they can run a common fisheries policy with the same rules for everyone.
I see. And Ain, please.
Yeah, you probably answered already to this question. I said that if we have proper management of TSCs and proper control over the TSCs in order we are ensuring that we are not taking more out than allowed, then it should be enough. Of course, there should be probably some kind of technical measures as well. If you are talking about bottom fishing, and we might have some rules there. Of course, these have to be also controlled, but otherwise, as I mentioned, we have to get rid of such measures which are not necessary.
And Anton, you may sum it up.
I would say that in some sense that the regional aspects, like Mark said, is very important, but at the same time, to get a level playing field, it's very important that we have some central sort of, at least for the competition or level playing field, that we have so that in that case it's very important, but the most important is that the management is adaptive.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here with us and sharing your thoughts. I switch to Estonian, if that's fine with you now, just to end it up. Päev on jõudnud kenasti õhtupoolikusse. Me saame 5. Läänemere kalandusfoorumi kenasti kokku võtta ja mõtted, mis jäid siit kõlama, on tegelikult ju väga lootusrikkad. Võib-olla tõesti peaks natuke mõtlema selle peale, et praegune poliitika Euroopa Liidu tasemel võiks saada kohandatud, edasi arendatud. Näha on, et selleks on huvi ja poleks ju võib-olla sugugi paha, kui asjad saavad natuke rohkem sätitud ja võib-olla on nad siis ka regioonile, kalapüügiregioonile vastavamad ja sobivamad. Ja ma loodan väga, et me kohtume tulevikus ikka jälle, et Läänemere kalandusfoorum ootab kindlasti kõiki kaasamõtlejaid ja julgesti küsijaid. Soovin mõnusat õhtu jätku ja neid, kes te olete siin, siis kena õhtusööki ja üheskoos vestlemist. Aitäh teile ja tervitused Tallinnast! Thank you.